You've been told your emotions control you, that anger is automatic, that sadness is unavoidable, that anxiety is just part of who you are. But if that were true, why do some people stay calm in storms that would break others? Why do some radiate peace while the rest of us drown in stress, regret, and overthinking? The truth is, emotions are not chains, they are clouds. They rise, they pass, they change. And Buddhism holds the key to transforming them in the very moment they appear. For over 2,500 years, monks, sages, and everyday people have used these principles to turn fear into courage, grief into compassion, and chaos into clarity. Not by escaping life, but by seeing it as it truly is. Tonight, as you hear these teachings, something inside you will shift. Your mind will quiet. That heavy knot in your chest will begin to loosen, and you'll feel a lightness, like stepping out of a dark room into open air. Tomorrow, you'll notice the difference. When anger comes, you'll breathe instead of break. When doubt whispers, you'll smile instead of sink. You'll discover a calm that no one can take away. This isn't theory. This is immediate transformation. And it begins right now with 12 Buddhist principles that can change the way you feel, the way you think, the way you live. Are you ready? You've reached the point where you know something must change. The weight of restless thoughts, the cycle of stress, and the endless pull of distractions no longer serve you. Somewhere inside you, there's a quiet knowing that life is slipping by while your mind is elsewhere. What if there was a way to step out of that storm right now, not tomorrow, not when everything is perfect, but in this very breath? Buddhism offers that doorway, and it begins with the most simple yet profound shift, entering fully into the present moment. When most people hear, "be present," they assume it means a vague idea of relaxing or paying attention. But Jhana Samadhi goes far beyond that. It is not just a reminder to live in the now, it is the training of the mind to rest so completely in one single breath, in one single second, that everything else, fear, anger, doubt, confusion, falls away. To enter the present moment with full awareness is to discover a power most people will never touch, because they are too busy chasing life instead of inhabiting it. Think about how the mind usually works. It leaps forward to tomorrow's worries or drags itself back into yesterday's mistakes. One part of you is making lists, another is replaying conversations, another is bracing for the next problem. No wonder there's exhaustion. The body may be here, but the mind is scattered in 1,000 directions. Jhana Samadhi brings everything back together. It pulls the fragments of awareness into one point, like light through a magnifying glass. Suddenly, the fog clears. Overwhelm dissolves, not because the world has changed, but because your relationship to it has. What makes this so powerful is that it requires nothing outside yourself. You don't need more money, approval, or the perfect conditions. You don't even need hours of silence on a mountain retreat. All it takes is willingness to give full attention to the next breath. When you do, a shift occurs instantly. The mind, usually restless like a wild horse, pauses. That pause is more than relief. It is freedom. In that pause, you see that thoughts are just passing ripples, not unbreakable chains. Neuroscience today confirms what Buddhist masters taught centuries ago. Studies on mindfulness meditation show that focusing on a single breath calms the amygdala, the part of the brain responsible for fight or flight. Cortisol levels drop, heart rate slows, clarity rises. A single conscious breath can interrupt the momentum of stress before it spirals into panic. This is not an idea, it is a lived biological fact. The nervous system shifts, and with it, emotions transform. But here's the deeper truth. Kshana Samadhi isn't only about calming down, it is about entering reality as it truly is. When the mind anchors itself fully in the present, the illusions created by fear and memory lose their grip. Worry about the future has no substance here, because the future hasn't arrived. Regret about the past cannot breathe here, because the past is gone. In this space, only life itself remains, pure, immediate, undeniable. The sound of your breath, the weight of your body, the aliveness of this instant. People often think freedom means controlling every circumstance, but life refuses to be controlled. What can be trained is the mind. In the practice of Kshana Samadhi, you don't run from chaos or deny emotion. You step so fully into this moment that chaos cannot touch you. You stop standing in the storm and instead stand in the still point that has always been here. This is not about spacing out or escaping responsibility. In fact, the more present you become, the more capable you are in daily life. When the mind is scattered, decisions are clumsy, conversations are reactive, mistakes multiply. But a present mind sees clearly. It responds instead of reacts. It speaks with weight and listens with openness. Presence sharpens perception, and with it, wisdom naturally unfolds. Buddhist teachers describe Kshana as a fraction of time so small it cannot be divided. A moment shorter than a blink, yet containing the whole universe. To train in Kshana Samadhi is to enter those indivisible moments with such fullness that nothing else exists. At first, it feels difficult. The mind resists, throws distractions, floods you with impatience. But as practice deepens, you discover something astonishing, that the present moment is not empty, it is overflowing. Every detail comes alive, the sound of a bird, the warmth of sunlight, the rhythm of breath. Life becomes rich, not because anything new has appeared, but because you finally notice what has always been here. Many people fear stillness because they assume it will be boring, but boredom is just the mind's hunger for distraction. Stay a little longer, and boredom dissolves into intimacy with life itself. A sip of water becomes profound. The feel of your feet on the ground becomes grounding in the truest sense. Overwhelm cannot survive here, because overwhelm is nothing more than the attempt to hold the past, the future, and the present all at once. Drop into this single moment, and instantly the weight falls away. Practical training begins simply. Inhale fully, noticing the cool air entering. Exhale slowly, noticing the warmth leaving. Don't try to force calm. Don't fight stray thoughts. Just return again and again to this breath. Over time, the mind learns a new habit. Instead of scattering, it gathers. Instead of clinging, it rests. And as it rests, Emotions that once seemed uncontrollable soften. Anxiety loses fuel. Anger burns out before it explodes. Grief becomes gentle. This shift is not abstract. Think of the last time you were deeply present, watching a sunset, listening to music that moved you, or holding someone you love. In those moments, there was no worry, no regret, no thought of what's next. Only direct experience, free and whole. Kshana Samadhi trains you to live that way, not by accident, but by choice. It's worth noticing how rare true presence has become. Technology demands constant attention. Notifications, news, endless comparisons pull the mind outward, but no device can give you peace. Peace is not downloaded, it is cultivated. Kshana Samadhi is the ancient antidote to modern fragmentation. Each time you return to the present, you reclaim your mind from forces that profit off your distraction. There's a reason why great teachers called the present moment a jewel. Hidden in plain sight, it is overlooked by nearly everyone rushing past it. Yet once you discover its brilliance, nothing else compares. Problems shrink. Perspective widens. What once felt unbearable becomes manageable, not because it vanished, but because you stopped carrying it all at once. As practice deepens, something even greater is revealed. Presence shows you that your identity is not fixed in thoughts or emotions. When you observe the mind from the stillness of a single breath, you see that anger rises and falls, joy rises and falls, fear rises and falls. But the awareness watching it all remains. That awareness is unshaken, untouched, vast. Kshana Samadhi is the doorway to that discovery, that who you truly are is not the storm, but the sky that holds it. This understanding changes everything. Suddenly, emotions lose their power to trap you. You no longer believe the story that says, "I am angry," or "I am anxious." Instead, you see, anger is present, anxiety is present. That small shift of language reflects a huge shift of consciousness. The emotion is no longer your identity. It is just a passing guest, and you are the host. Training the mind to rest in the present moment is not easy, but it is simple. It requires repetition, not perfection. Each time you drift away and return, you strengthen the habit of presence. Over weeks, months, years, this habit becomes natural, and with it, life itself feels lighter. You don't postpone peace until someday. You experience it here, now. The Buddha once said, "Do not dwell in the past. Do not dream of the future. Concentrate the mind on the present moment." Those words are not poetry, they are instructions. To follow them is to step out of suffering and into freedom. To live them is to discover that the present moment, far from being ordinary, is sacred. And once you taste that sacredness, you realize the present moment is not just a refuge from overwhelm. It is the very source of transformation, because if you can master one breath, you can master a lifetime, one instant at a time. When the mind learns to rest in a single breath, a doorway opens. You realize that presence is not the end of practice, but the foundation. It clears the fog, but what comes next is choosing how to fill that clear space. Left unattended, the mind drifts back to its old habits of doubt, irritation, craving, and fear. But if you consciously shape the state of your mind, you begin to live in a different reality altogether. This is where adhicitta comes in, the art of raising the mind into elevated states that dissolve negativity at the root. Most people assume emotions are uncontrollable visitors. Anger arrives, and they burn. Sadness comes, and they collapse. Anxiety appears, and they drown. But Buddhism teaches something far more empowering. You can train your mind not only to resist being pulled into these states, but also to grow qualities that replace them. It is like cultivating a garden. Weeds may appear, but instead of only cutting them back, you plant so many flowers, trees, and herbs that the weeds lose space to grow. Elevated states such as serenity, clarity, and spacious joy become your default climate. The beauty of adhicitta is that it does not rely on suppressing negativity. Suppression only buries emotions deeper, where they fester and return stronger. Instead, you cultivate an inner atmosphere so balanced that harmful emotions cannot thrive. It is a proactive practice, not reactive. Instead of waiting for anger to strike, you train serenity. Instead of waiting for confusion, you build clarity. In time, your inner climate shifts, and negativity begins to feel out of place in your system. This is not forced positivity. Forced positivity is brittle. It cracks under pressure. Elevated states, on the other hand, are strong because they arise from training, not denial. Think of a musician who spends years practicing scales. When they step on stage, the music flows naturally. They are not faking skill, they embody it. In the same way, when you practice cultivating elevated states daily, serenity flows in the middle of conflict. Clarity shines in uncertainty. Compassion arises in pain. It is no longer something you force. It becomes who you are. Let's begin with serenity. Serenity is not simply the absence of stress. It is a grounded calmness that does not depend on perfect conditions. It grows when you consistently choose patience, when you slow down enough to notice tension and release it before it builds. One way to cultivate serenity is through deliberate pauses. When irritation begins, instead of feeding it with stories about who wronged you, stop. Breathe. Let your body soften. This short pause breaks the chain and teaches the nervous system a new baseline. Over weeks and months, these small choices carve deep grooves in the mind until calmness becomes the natural response. Clarity is another elevated state central to adhicitta. Clarity does not mean knowing all the answers. It means seeing without distortion. Most people see through the fog of bias, past experiences, or unchecked emotions. They react not to reality, but to projections. Clarity clears that haze. To cultivate clarity, practice questioning the first reaction of your mind. Ask, is this true? Do I know this fully? Could there be another perspective? This gentle inquiry weakens the automatic stories that trigger suffering. Over time, clarity becomes sharp, and you respond to situations as they are, not as your fear paints them. Another elevated state is inner spaciousness. When life feels heavy, it is often because the mind has collapsed around one thought or emotion, like a clenched fist. Spaciousness is the opening of that fist. You learn to hold experience loosely, with more air around it. Meditation on the vast sky or open landscapes helps to train this quality. When you remember that awareness itself is boundless, your problems shrink to their true size. They are still there, but they are no longer the whole horizon. Spaciousness breaks the illusion of being trapped. Joy is also an elevated state, but not the unstable joy that comes from external highs. Adicitta refers to a deeper, steadier joy that arises from contentment, from appreciating life as it unfolds, and from delighting in the happiness of others. You cultivate this by practicing gratitude, by noticing small moments of goodness, and by training your mind to celebrate others' success instead of comparing. This kind of joy is renewable. Unlike pleasure, which burns out quickly, this joy multiplies as you share it. Training in elevated mind states also involves refining attention. The mind often jumps from one thing to another, leaving you fragmented. Adicitta strengthens concentration so you can dwell in uplifting states longer. For example, when a moment of peace arises in meditation, instead of letting it vanish unnoticed, you place attention there gently, nurturing it like a flame. The more you return to it, the stronger it grows. Soon, that calm begins to spill into daily life, so that even simple activities feel infused with steadiness. An important key here is intentional cultivation. Negativity grows effortlessly because the mind is left untended. Cultivation requires effort, but not harsh force. It is more like watering a plant regularly than wrestling a wild animal. You return again and again, with patience, shaping your mind little by little. This consistency changes the baseline of your inner life. What once required effort becomes natural. Just as a trained athlete doesn't think about their posture, it's simply part of their body memory. You no longer need to remind yourself to be calm or clear. It becomes second nature. Scientific studies align with this ancient insight. Neuroscience shows that the brain is plastic. It changes according to what you repeatedly focus on, practice anxiety, and you strengthen those neural pathways. Practice serenity, and you rewire your brain for calm. This means every time you choose an elevated state, even for a few seconds, you are shaping your brain in that direction. Over time, those seconds accumulate into lasting transformation. It is worth noting that elevated states do not mean detachment from reality. Some people misunderstand serenity as indifference or clarity as coldness. In truth, elevated states make you more engaged, not less. With serenity, you can enter conflict without adding fuel. With clarity, you see solutions others miss. With joy, you uplift those around you. These qualities enrich relationships, work, and community because they are deeply human, not aloof. Daily practice is essential. Start small. Spend a few minutes each morning setting the tone for the day. Instead of rushing into tasks, sit quietly, breathe, and consciously call forth serenity. Repeat a phrase like, "May my mind remain steady today." Notice how that shapes the hours that follow. During the day, when clarity falters, pause and ask one grounding question. What is true right now? Each of these micro-practices is a thread, and over time, they weave an inner fabric of stability. Adicitta also teaches that elevated states are interdependent. Serenity supports clarity. Clarity supports joy. Joy supports compassion. They feed each other. The more you cultivate one, the easier the others arise. This interconnection makes practice efficient. You don't need to master everything at once. Focus on one quality consistently, and it will naturally nourish the rest. What makes this training profound is that it transforms not only how you feel, but who you are. Elevated states shift your identity. Instead of being someone who is anxious or someone who is easily angered, you become someone who is calm, clear, and joyful. This identity is not false. It is a reflection of what you have trained into being. Your relationships change, your choices change, and life itself feels different because your lens has shifted. Over time, you may notice that negativity does not vanish completely, but its power over you weakens. Anger may arise, but serenity tempers it before it explodes. Confusion may appear, but clarity quickly untangles it. Sadness may visit, but joy quietly balances it. Elevated states become like guardians, standing watch over your mind, preventing you from being dragged into extremes. In moments of crisis, this training shows its true value. When others panic, your serenity steadies them. When others are lost in despair, your clarity offers direction. When others envy, your joy uplifts. You become not only free within yourself, but also a source of stability for others. This ripple effect is one of the most overlooked powers of Adicitta. By elevating your mind, you elevate those around you. The Buddha often described the mind as luminous by nature, only clouded by passing defilements. Adicitta is the practice of uncovering that natural luminosity. Each elevated state you cultivate is like wiping dust from a mirror. Over time, the mind shines with its original brilliance. When that brilliance is revealed, negative emotions appear less like enemies and more like temporary clouds passing across a radiant sky. Living this way requires patience. The modern world teaches instant results, but inner cultivation moves with time, like seasons in a garden. At first, progress feels slow, but suddenly you notice you are no longer shaken by the same things. You find yourself meeting life with more calm, more openness, more joy. That realization is proof that the seeds have taken root. The true gift of Adicitta is that it gives you choice. Without training, emotions choose for you. With training, you choose which states to nourish. This freedom is the beginning of mastery over your inner world. And once you begin to live from these elevated states, life itself feels transformed, not because circumstances changed, but because you did. From presence in a single breath, you step into the vast potential of shaping your entire emotional climate. The ground is steady, the sky is open, and the mind is elevated. This is the power of Adicitta. When the mind learns to rest in presence and grows strong through elevated states, a new question arises. What happens when life itself refuses to bend? You may be calm, clear, and joyful, yet the world continues to unfold in ways you cannot control. Storms still arrive, losses still occur, people still act in ways that wound. This is where another principle enters, the practice of anuloma, aligning with the flow of nature instead of resisting it. Most suffering does not come from events themselves, but from the friction between what is and what we think should be. A plan changes and frustration rises. A relationship ends and resentment festers. The mind says, "This shouldn't be happening," while reality insists otherwise. That clash produces pain. Anuloma dissolves this struggle by training you to see life as a vast stream of causes and conditions, each moment arising because of countless factors beyond individual control. When you flow with that stream, frustration weakens. This does not mean passive acceptance of everything that occurs. Flowing with causes and conditions is not about giving up effort. It is about aligning effort with reality instead of fighting against it. Think of a sailor at sea. They cannot control the wind, but they can adjust the sail. To resist the wind is futile, but to work with it carries them forward. Anuloma teaches the same approach with emotions and circumstances. Instead of clinging to the fantasy of control, you harmonize with what is present and act skillfully from there. One way to understand this is through the law of conditionality that lies at the heart of Buddhist teaching. Every event is the result of countless prior causes. Your mood this morning depends on sleep, diet, memories, the words someone spoke, even the weather outside. To demand that things be otherwise is to deny this web of conditions. But when you see clearly that everything arises from conditions, resistance softens. You begin to accept that what is happening could not be otherwise given the causes that shaped it. That acceptance is not defeat, it is wisdom. Frustration thrives on the illusion of control. The mind insists, if only I had done this, if only they had acted differently, things would be perfect. But perfection is a fantasy. Life unfolds with both beauty and challenge because conditions are never in your hands alone. Recognizing this breaks the cycle of blame. Instead of directing anger at yourself or others, you begin to see the broader picture. The heart relaxes when it realizes it does not need to fight the entire universe. To practice anuloma, start by noticing the subtle forms of resistance that appear each day. When you are caught in traffic, watch how quickly the mind says, "This should not be happening." That thought does not move the cars any faster, it only fuels stress. Shifting to alignment means acknowledging traffic is here because countless conditions created it: time of day, number of vehicles, city planning, even accidents I cannot see. From this perspective, irritation loses its bite. You cannot change the cars, but you can change the inner stance. Listening to music, breathing deeply, or using the moment for reflection becomes possible when resistance drops. This principle applies not only to small irritations, but also to life's deep upheavals. Loss, illness, betrayal, these shake the very core of identity. Yet here too, clinging to the belief that it should not have happened only compounds suffering. Anuloma does not deny grief or pain, but it softens the hard edge of resentment. It allows you to feel fully while also seeing that this too is part of the river of conditions. From that place, healing becomes possible. Consider how nature itself operates. Rivers carve valleys, trees bend in the wind, seasons turn without complaint. Nothing resists its own nature. A river does not curse the rocks in its way, it curves around them. A tree does not fight the storm, it bends and survives. Human beings alone struggle against what already is, trying to make winter into summer or night into day. But when you align with the rhythm of nature, life feels less like a battle and more like a dance. It is important to see that flowing with conditions does not mean allowing harmful patterns to continue unchecked. If someone treats you with cruelty, Alignment does not mean you stay silent or accept harm. It means you respond with clarity, recognizing that their actions are also products of conditions, perhaps upbringing, ignorance, pain. From that understanding, you act wisely, protecting yourself while not fueling hatred. This way, resistance is replaced by wise response. Anuloma also releases the heavy burden of control over the future. So much energy is wasted trying to predict or force outcomes. Yet, the future, like the past, is woven of infinite causes beyond grasp. By aligning with conditions in the present, you act with full awareness now, trusting that the result will unfold as it must. This brings freedom from anxiety because you no longer demand guarantees. You plant seeds carefully, but you do not command the harvest. This shift has practical power in daily life. In relationships, frustration often comes from expecting others to behave according to your script, but people act according to their own conditions, habits, fears, desires. When you see this, disappointment turns into understanding. It does not mean you approve of harmful behavior, but you stop demanding impossible perfection. In work, when plans collapse, resistance wastes time. Flowing with change, on the other hand, reveals new opportunities. Many breakthroughs arise precisely when old plans fail, because flexibility allowed something better to appear. Psychology today echoes these truths. Research on resilience shows that people who adapt to changing conditions recover from stress faster than those who rigidly resist. Flexibility in thought and emotion protects mental health. In other words, flowing with life reduces frustration, not because it solves every problem, but because it shifts your posture toward them. You stop demanding that reality obey you and instead find your place within it. Meditation on anuloma can be practiced by observing sensations and thoughts without pushing them away. When discomfort arises in the body, instead of tensing against it, relax into awareness of it. See how the sensation changes, how it has no fixed form. In this way, you train yourself to flow with conditions instead of hardening against them. Over time, this habit expands beyond the cushion into daily life. The Buddha often taught the middle path as the way to peace, not clinging, not rejecting, but moving with balance. Anuloma is the lived experience of this middle path. It allows you to move through life without constantly creating inner conflict. Each time you release resistance, you conserve energy. That energy can then be used for compassion, creativity, and wise action. In practical terms, one method of cultivating this is reflection on impermanence. When you feel resistance, remind yourself that all conditions are temporary. The traffic will ease, the argument will pass, even deep grief will shift over time. Holding this perspective softens the urgency of "this should not be." Instead, you begin to see, "This is here for now, and it too will change." That simple awareness is enough to loosen frustration. Another practice is tracing conditions backward. If anger arises at someone's words, pause and reflect. What conditions might have led them to speak that way? Perhaps exhaustion, misunderstanding, or pain. This reflection does not excuse behavior, but opens compassion. You see that everyone is carried by causes, just as you are. This perspective interrupts cycles of resentment. The wisdom of anuloma also points to humility. We often act as if our will alone shapes reality, But life constantly proves otherwise. Illness arrives without warning, opportunities vanish overnight, and unexpected joys appear when least expected. Recognizing this humbles the ego, teaching you to approach life with more softness. Humility itself becomes a form of peace because it releases the exhausting attempt to be in control of everything. Over time, practicing alignment reveals a subtle joy in letting go. When you stop resisting, you discover ease even in difficulty. Like a swimmer who surrenders to the current, you realize the river can carry you. Struggle transforms into flow. This joy does not come from everything going your way, but from discovering that you no longer need it to. Anuloma is not a practice you master once. It is a continual remembering. Each moment brings new conditions, and with them, the temptation to resist. Each time you notice resistance and soften, you strengthen alignment. Slowly, frustration loses its familiar grip, replaced by steadiness and grace. From presence, you gained stability. From elevated states, you gained strength. With Anuloma, you now gain freedom from unnecessary struggle. Life will still bring challenges, but when you move with its flow, frustration no longer defines you. Instead, you move as part of the great rhythm of nature, no longer an enemy of reality, but its companion. When you begin to move with life instead of fighting it, frustration weakens. Yet even in that flow, the mind has another trick. It creates layers of stories on top of reality. A word from someone becomes a personal attack. A delay becomes a disaster. A memory becomes proof that you are unworthy. What actually happens is simple, but the mind adds projections that transform small ripples into heavy storms. The practice of Pakupanadhamma cuts through this haze. It brings you back to reality as it truly appears now, stripped of the unnecessary narratives that fuel emotional pain. Most people are not living in reality. They are living in interpretations. Someone looks away in conversation, and the story begins. They must dislike me. A message goes unanswered, and the story says, I am being ignored. These stories arise so fast that they feel like truth, but in fact they are guesses, often shaped by past wounds rather than the present moment. Pakupanadhamma is the training of seeing directly, without the extra layers. It is the discipline of staying with what is actually here. At the heart of this principle is the recognition that emotions themselves are momentary phenomena. Anger feels eternal when it surges, but when you observe closely, it is a series of shifting sensations: heat in the chest, tension in the jaw, rapid thoughts. Fear appears solid, but when broken down, it is fluttering breath, tightening muscles, racing images. By seeing these as they are, you cut through the illusion of permanence. The mind's stories say, I am an angry person. I am an anxious person. Reality shows, anger is here now, but it changes. Anxiety is here now, but it passes. This clarity is deeply liberating. When you mistake a passing emotion for your identity, you suffer doubly, first from the emotion itself, and then from the belief that it defines you. Seeing emotions as phenomena frees you from that second burden. They are weather, not the sky. The sky does not become the storm. It simply allows it to pass through. Practicing Pakupanadhamma trains you to abide as the sky rather than get lost in the storm. To cultivate this, begin with direct attention. When a strong feeling arises, instead of feeding the story around it, turn toward the raw experience. Ask, what is actually happening in the body? What sensations are present? Notice warmth, tightness, pressure, movement. Observe thoughts as thoughts, not facts. The act of labeling, this is a thought, this is a sensation, creates space. That space dissolves the illusion that the emotion is a solid block. You begin to see it as a flow of events. This practice is supported by mindfulness of the present. Emotions often borrow their strength from past and future. Sadness clings to old wounds. Anxiety projects what might come. By returning to the present, you take away the fuel. You ask, right now, what is real? Often, the only reality is the body breathing, the ground beneath, the sound around you. The rest are stories layered on top. This question interrupts the chain reaction of emotional reactivity. Another aspect of Pakupana Dhamma is seeing how quickly emotions shift when not reinforced. Watch irritation closely, and you may notice it peaks and then fades, often within minutes, unless you keep feeding it with thoughts. The mind, however, rarely allows this natural cycle. It adds judgments. I shouldn't feel this way. I'm failing again, which prolong the emotion. By cutting these stories, you allow emotions to complete their natural rise and fall. Buddhist texts describe emotions as sankharas, formations arising from conditions without lasting essence. They are not fixed entities, but processes. Understanding this transforms how you relate to them. Instead of, I am trapped in depression, you begin to see depressive thoughts and sensations are arising due to certain conditions. That recognition does not make the experience vanish, but it opens a doorway out of identification. You shift from being submerged in the water to standing on the shore, watching the waves. Practical reflection can strengthen this insight. When caught in a heavy mood, ask yourself, is this permanent? Did I feel this yesterday? Will I feel it tomorrow? The answer is always no. Even the deepest grief shifts moment by moment. Tears, then numbness, then memory, then quiet. Noticing this impermanence breaks the illusion of solidity. The pain may still be there, but it no longer feels endless. Science also supports this. Research in cognitive psychology shows that labeling emotions reduces their intensity. Naming anger as anger reduces amygdala activation, calming the brain's threat response. This is exactly what Pakupana Dhamma does. It asks you to see clearly and name directly rather than merge with the story. Clarity itself becomes medicine. Living in this way requires vigilance because the mind loves its stories. Stories create identity, drama, importance. Letting them go feels uncomfortable at first, as if you are losing meaning, but in truth, you are losing unnecessary suffering. Reality without stories may feel simple, but in that simplicity there is peace. A sound is just a sound. A look is just a look. A silence is just silence. From this place, responses become cleaner and wiser. You no longer argue with projections, but act from what is actually there. Relationships transform under this principle. Many conflicts come not from actions, but from interpretations. A partner's words are filtered through old wounds and misheard as criticism. A friend's busyness is interpreted as rejection. Practicing Pakupana Dhamma means pausing before reacting and asking, what was truly said? What is truly happening now? Often, the sting dissolves when you see that the story was your own creation. This clarity prevents countless unnecessary arguments and nurtures trust. In personal practice, meditation on the present moment strengthens this skill. Sit quietly and notice how the mind jumps to past and future. Gently return again and again to direct experience, breath, sound, sensation. Each return is a training in cutting through projections. Over time, you begin to carry this habit into daily life. The boundary between meditation and living fades until life itself becomes the practice of seeing reality as it is. Another important element is compassion. When you see your own emotions as passing phenomena, you become less harsh with yourself. Instead of saying, "I am broken," you say, "Pain is present." This softens self-criticism and makes space for kindness. The same applies to others. When you see their anger or fear as temporary processes shaped by conditions, judgment weakens. You can respond with patience rather than hostility. The Buddha often compared emotions to bubbles on water. They appear vivid for a moment and then vanish, leaving no trace. Seeing this directly loosens the grip of attachment. You stop clinging to joy as if it will last forever, and stop fearing sorrow as if it will never end. Both are bubbles. Both pass. This balanced view allows you to engage fully with life without being enslaved by its ups and downs. In daily practice, one useful exercise is to take short pauses during the day to check. Am I experiencing reality or a story about reality? This question pulls you back from automatic interpretation. Over time, the mind learns to detect stories early before they spiral into suffering. This is like catching a spark before it becomes a wildfire. Living in Pakupana Dhamma brings subtle joy because it frees you from carrying unnecessary weight. The world feels lighter when you are not dragging along layers of interpretation. A delay becomes just waiting, not an insult. A silence becomes rest, not rejection. Each moment is allowed to be itself, and in that allowance there is peace. This clarity also deepens spiritual practice. When you cut through stories, what remains is direct contact with reality, raw, unfiltered, luminous. This directness reveals insights into impermanence, selflessness, and interconnection. The more you live this way, the more the mind aligns with truth rather than illusion. That alignment is the essence of liberation. From flowing with nature, you now step into seeing reality as it is, without additions or distortions. You learn that emotions are not prisons, but passing weather, that stories are not truth, but shadows. With Pakupana Dhamma, you live closer to the heart of things, free from the weight of projections, awake to the living present that is always here. When you begin to cut through the layers of stories and touch reality as it appears, something deeper becomes visible. Every emotion, every thought, every surge of desire or wave of fear seems so powerful when it takes over. Yet the closer you look, the more you notice that none of it has a fixed substance. Anger rises, but where is its core? Grief aches, but what shape does it truly have? Jealousy burns, but can you hold it in your hand? They feel solid only when you don't examine them. Once you look directly, they unravel. This is the gateway into Shunyata Samadhi, the practice of embracing emptiness. Emptiness in Buddhism is often misunderstood as a void or a cold nothingness. In truth, it is the recognition that all experiences, even the most overwhelming emotions, lack an independent and permanent essence. They are not fixed objects. They are processes woven together by causes and conditions. When you embrace this, the grip of emotions loosens. You see anger not as a permanent enemy, but as a wave of sensations and thoughts that appear, shift, and disappear. The solidity was always an illusion. Take anger as an example. In the heat of it, you may feel as though it defines you completely. Yet, if you pause and examine, you will notice rapid heartbeat, rising temperature, tightened jaw, mental images of injustice. Each of these arises from different conditions. The words you heard, your memories of similar events, your body's stress response. When you dissect it, anger dissolves into parts, none of which alone is anger. The unified, overwhelming entity was never real. By seeing its emptiness, the fire weakens. The same is true for grief. Loss feels like a heavy wall, impossible to move through. But when observed carefully, grief is waves of sadness, memories replaying, physical heaviness in the chest, thoughts about what might have been. None of these, by themselves, are grief. Grief exists only as a combination, constantly shifting moment to moment. This insight does not dismiss pain, but changes your relationship to it. Instead of being crushed under a monolith, you begin to see moving parts. And because they move, they also pass. Jealousy, too, dissolves under scrutiny. At first, it feels like a single sharp blade. But look closer. It is a mix of comparison, fear of losing love or status, memories of past rejection, bodily tension, a racing mind. Put together, they form what we call jealousy. Taken apart, there is no core to grasp. By seeing this, jealousy loses its absolute authority. It becomes one more passing pattern in the mind. The teaching of emptiness does not deny experience. You still feel anger, grief, or jealousy arise, but you no longer mistake them for solid, eternal truths. Embracing emptiness means meeting them with wisdom, knowing they are temporary, dependent, and without self. This knowledge itself transforms the emotional landscape. Fear loses weight when you know it cannot stay. Sorrow softens when you see it is built from shifting parts. Joy, too, becomes more precious because you recognize its impermanence. Modern science reflects this ancient insight. Neuroscience shows that emotions are not singular entities, but patterns of brain activity, bodily responses, and thought loops. They emerge from networks firing together and fade when the conditions change. Psychology confirms that when people deconstruct emotions into parts, naming bodily sensations, recognizing thought patterns, the intensity drops. The brain literally rewires when you stop believing in the solidity of an emotion. This is Shunyata Samadhi in practice. Meditation is the laboratory where you can experience this directly. When an emotion arises, instead of resisting or indulging it, observe it with precision. Notice the sensations, the mental images, the storylines. As you break it into components, the sense of a solid block crumbles. Keep observing, and you will see gaps, moments of absence, shifts in quality. The more you look, the less you can find anything fixed. This is the direct taste of emptiness, not an abstract philosophy, but a lived experience of release. Daily life offers countless opportunities to practice. The next time anger surges in conversation, take a step back and silently ask, what exactly is happening right now? Label the sensations, the thoughts, the impulses. By dissecting, you weaken the illusion of solidity. The same with envy. Instead of drowning in the feeling, notice the exact comparisons happening in your mind, the tension in your chest, the fear underneath. Each recognition takes power away from the emotion. Embracing emptiness also changes how you relate to identity. Most suffering comes from clinging to "I am this" or "I am that." I am a failure. I am unworthy. I am always angry. But when you see emotions as empty processes, you realize they do not define you. They arise, they pass, and awareness remains. The self that seems solid is itself a construction of sensations, memories, roles, and habits. Like emotions, it has no fixed core. Recognizing this is not frightening, but liberating. You stop defending a rigid self and begin to live with openness. This does not lead to cold detachment. In fact, it opens the door to compassion. When you see that your own anger or grief has no solid self, you also see that others' emotions are the same. You stop taking their words so personally. Their rage is not an eternal truth about you, it is a passing storm in their mind. Their jealousy is not proof of malice, but a tangle of conditions. This recognition allows you to respond with patience instead of retaliation. Emptiness reveals the common humanity beneath conflict. Shunyata Samadhi also removes fear of emotions themselves. Often, people are afraid of feeling deeply because they believe strong emotions will overwhelm them permanently. But if emotions are empty, they cannot trap you forever. They move like weather. Knowing this gives courage to face even grief or despair. You stop running because you trust their nature to pass. This trust builds resilience. Philosophically, emptiness shows that everything in life is interdependent. Anger depends on words, memories, bodily reactions, and countless unseen causes. Grief depends on love, attachment, cultural stories of loss, and even biology. Nothing stands alone. This interdependence makes emotions less personal. They are not my anger or my grief in the absolute sense. They are patterns shaped by a web of conditions. When you see this, you loosen self-blame and open to curiosity. In practice, a powerful exercise is to ask of any emotion, what is its substance? Where is it located? Can I find its edges? The more you search, the less you find emotions slip through your fingers like water. This direct inquiry shows emptiness more clearly than any theory. The discovery that emotions lack solidity is not depressing, but freeing. Without clinging, you can engage life more lightly. Art and poetry often express this truth. A painter may capture sorrow with strokes of color, yet even on canvas it is not solid. It shifts depending on who views it, how the light falls, what memories are stirred. Music may evoke joy, but it fades as the last note dissolves. These reflections show emptiness not only in the mind, but in all expressions of life. nothing fixed, everything flowing. Over time, practicing shunyata samadhi transforms the deepest layers of perception. Instead of seeing life as made of rigid blocks, events, emotions, identities, you begin to see a fluid dance of conditions. This vision itself is healing. Anger cannot enslave you when you know it has no core. Grief cannot bury you when you see it is waves. Jealousy cannot consume you when you know it is assembled from parts. The practice does not deny human feeling. It frees you from mistaking feelings for unchangeable prisons. This wisdom also shapes how you approach joy and success. Recognizing emptiness means you stop clinging to pleasant emotions as if they must last forever. Instead, you savor them fully while they are present, knowing their passing is natural. This prevents the cycle of disappointment that comes from chasing permanent highs. Emptiness allows deeper enjoyment because it carries no desperation. Even in the face of mortality, shunyata samadhi offers peace. Death itself, often feared as a final solid wall, is revealed as another process. Conditions ending, new ones arising. Just as emotions dissolve when their causes fade, so does the body. Seeing this continuity makes fear of death lighter, and with it, life more precious. The Buddha described emptiness as the ultimate medicine because it uproots the very foundation of suffering, the belief in permanence and solidity. Once you see that nothing, not even your deepest pain, has a fixed core, the weight lifts. You engage with life directly, openly, without clinging. Every moment becomes more fluid, every emotion more workable, every challenge less suffocating. From seeing reality clearly, you now step into this vast insight that even the strongest emotions are empty of solid essence. They arise and pass like clouds in the endless sky of awareness. By embracing emptiness, you discover not a void, but freedom, the freedom to live without being chained to what was never permanent in the first place. When you see that emotions like anger, grief, and jealousy have no solid core, something within you begins to soften. But emptiness alone is not enough. Life continues to bring highs and lows, praise and blame, joy and loss. Without balance, the mind can still swing wildly between extremes. To meet life with wisdom, you need equanimity, not cold detachment, but a sacred steadiness that allows you to stay centered in the middle of change. This is upeksha, the practice of remaining steady without indifference, the state that neutralizes emotional extremes before they take control. Equanimity is often mistaken for apathy, but it is the opposite. Apathy withdraws from life, closing the heart to avoid pain. Upeksha opens the heart fully, yet refuses to be thrown around by every passing wave. It is a stability rooted in clarity. You care deeply, but you do not collapse when outcomes shift. You remain engaged, but you are not consumed by the fires of gain and loss. This balance allows you to act wisely without being ruled by fear or craving. At the center of equanimity is freedom from clinging. Most emotional extremes arise because the mind grasps at what it wants or pushes away what it fears. When you gain recognition, the mind clings to it, producing elation. When recognition fades, despair follows. When you are praised, pride swells. When criticized, anger erupts. The seesaw of emotional extremes never ends while clinging drives it. Upeksha dismantles this cycle. It trains you to meet both praise and blame with the same steady heart, seeing both as fleeting conditions, not ultimate truths. Daily life constantly offers tests for this steadiness. You may wake to good news and feel uplifted, then hours later encounter difficulty and feel crushed. Without equanimity, your sense of self rises and falls with every change. But with equanimity, you remain steady, like a mountain weathering both sunshine and storm. The surface may change, but the foundation does not. This steadiness is not forced. It grows naturally when you see clearly that all conditions are impermanent and not fully under your control. Equanimity also changes how you relate to relationships. In love and friendship, extremes often arise from attachment and fear of loss. You may cling to those you love or react with anger when they disappoint you. Upeksha allows you to love deeply without suffocating attachment. You recognize that others, too, are shaped by their conditions, and you do not demand they fulfill your every expectation. This steadiness creates healthier connections because it reduces emotional reactivity. Instead of responding from insecurity, you respond from clarity and care. One of the most subtle but powerful aspects of equanimity is its role in compassion. Without balance, compassion can become overwhelming, leading to burnout or despair. When faced with suffering, it is easy to collapse under the weight of it, feeling helpless. But equanimity sustains compassion by grounding it in wisdom. You care, but you also see that suffering is the result of causes and conditions, not something you alone can control. This allows you to act with kindness while accepting limits. Equanimity protects compassion from turning into despair. Equanimity also transforms anger. When someone wrongs you, the immediate impulse is to retaliate, but anger only binds you further to the harm. With upeksha, you see the other person's behavior as arising from conditions, perhaps ignorance, fear, or pain. This does not mean you allow harm, but it means you respond without hatred. You may set boundaries firmly, but the mind stays balanced. In this way, equanimity dissolves the poison of anger without sliding into passivity. Psychological studies align with this teaching. Research shows that people who cultivate emotional balance are less likely to experience stress-related illness and more likely to recover quickly from setbacks. Equanimity does not mean ignoring emotions, but regulating them so they do not spiral into extremes. This regulation strengthens resilience. It prevents the nervous system from staying locked in fight or flight, protecting both body and mind. Practicing equanimity begins with awareness of how the mind reacts to pleasure and pain. Each time you notice grasping or aversion, pause. Ask yourself, is this permanent? Does it define me? Must I cling to it or resist it? This questioning interrupts the automatic reaction. It reminds you that all experiences are transient. Slowly, the mind learns to stay balanced even in the midst of change. Meditation on equanimity often involves phrases that train the mind to let go of bias. You may repeat silently, "All beings are the owners of their actions. Their happiness and suffering depend on causes and conditions." This reflection cultivates acceptance. You realize you cannot control others' choices, only your own response. This acceptance does not diminish care. It allows you to love without needing to control. Equanimity also involves letting go of preference for only pleasant experiences. Most of the time, people chase pleasure and resist pain, exhausting themselves in the process. Upeksha trains you to meet both with balance. Pleasant sensations are enjoyed but not clung to. Painful sensations are acknowledged but not feared. In both cases, the mind stays steady. This shift changes the quality of life profoundly. Instead of being at the mercy of circumstances, you carry peace within you. One of the most practical benefits of equanimity is its effect on decision-making. When gripped by extremes, choices are reactive, driven by fear, greed, or anger. In equanimity, the mind is clear, not clouded. Decisions arise from understanding, not impulse. This leads to wiser outcomes, less regret, and stronger trust in yourself. Over time, equanimity builds confidence because you see that you can remain steady even under pressure. Equanimity is not something achieved overnight. It is trained gradually through repeated practice in small moments. Each time you resist being swept away by elation or despair, you strengthen the muscle of steadiness. Each time you pause before reacting, you deepen the roots of balance. Like any training, it requires patience, but the reward is profound. A mind that no longer suffers unnecessarily from the constant swing of conditions. This practice also brings freedom in the face of injustice. When confronted with unfairness, equanimity prevents you from being consumed by rage or despair. Instead, you act firmly but calmly, guided by principle rather than reactivity. History shows that those who lead movements for justice with equanimity, steady, clear, grounded, are far more effective than those who act only from anger. Balance gives strength. On the spiritual path, upeksha is considered a pinnacle virtue because it protects all other qualities. Compassion without equanimity can collapse into sorrow. Joy without equanimity can slip into craving. Wisdom without equanimity can harden into aloofness. But with equanimity, all qualities remain balanced. It is the container that allows the heart to expand without breaking. Daily reflection on death and impermanence also supports equanimity. When you remember that all things pass, attachment loosens. The highs and lows of life are seen in perspective. This perspective does not make life dull, it makes it richer. You savor joys fully while they are here, and you endure sorrows with patience, knowing they too will pass. Equanimity is also deeply practical in relationships with yourself. Many people swing between pride when they succeed and self-hatred when they fail. Upeksha breaks this cycle. Success is seen as a result of conditions. Failure is seen the same way. Neither defines you. Both are opportunities for learning. This steadiness heals the inner critic and allows genuine growth. Living with equanimity is like standing in the center of a wheel. The spokes may turn with gain and loss, pleasure and pain, praise and blame, but the center remains still. When you live from that center, life's movement continues, but it no longer throws you off balance. You participate fully in the world, but you are no longer enslaved by its fluctuations. Over time, Upeksha becomes not only a personal refuge, but also a gift to others. People around you sense your steadiness. In their storms, your calm becomes an anchor. In their joy, your balance prevents envy. In their grief, your equanimity offers strength. This is why the practice is called sacred. It benefits not only yourself, but everyone you touch. From emptiness, you learned that emotions have no solid core. With equanimity, you now learn to remain steady as they rise and fall, caring deeply without being dragged into extremes. This sacred steadiness is not indifference. It is the highest form of freedom, the power to meet life as it is, unshaken and open-hearted. When the mind learns to rest in equanimity, it finds a rare kind of balance. But balance alone is not the end. It is the ground from which deeper qualities of the heart can grow. Once you are steady, you can hold the suffering of the world without drowning in it, and you can celebrate the happiness of others without envy or resentment. This is the union of karuna and mudita, compassion and sympathetic joy, two qualities that together create a heart that is both tender and strong. Compassion is the natural response to suffering when the heart is open. It is the willingness to feel the pain of others and to wish for their freedom from it. Yet compassion without balance can easily slip into sorrow or overwhelm. People who care deeply often find themselves crushed by the weight of so much suffering, unable to hold it. This is why equanimity must precede compassion. It steadies the heart so that compassion can be sustained. When compassion arises from steadiness, it does not break you. It fuels you. It becomes the courage to sit with suffering without turning away. Sympathetic joy, on the other hand, is the ability to feel genuine delight in the happiness and success of others. It may seem natural, yet in daily life it is often blocked by comparison or envy. When someone else thrives, the insecure mind says, "What about me?" This reaction breeds resentment and distances us from others. But when mudita is cultivated, you begin to feel joy as if it were your own whenever someone else is uplifted. This dissolves jealousy and expands the heart. Joy multiplies because it is not limited to your own fortune. You share in the joy of countless beings. The true power lies in the balance of the two. To hold compassion without joy can feel heavy. To hold joy without compassion can feel shallow. Together, they create wholeness. You respond to suffering with tenderness, and you respond to happiness with celebration. The heart does not collapse in sorrow or inflate in envy. Instead, it remains open in both directions, meeting life fully. This balance transforms relationships. When someone close to you is in pain, compassion allows you to be present without judgment. You do not rush to fix them or deny their experience. You simply sit with them, offering presence. This presence itself is healing. When that same person later experiences success, mudita allows you to rejoice with them wholeheartedly. There is no trace of competition or subtle bitterness. Your joy becomes their joy, and their joy becomes yours. Relationships deepen because your heart has room for both sides of life. On a broader level, cultivating this balance also changes how you relate to the world. News of suffering no longer paralyzes you. Instead, compassion stirs action. small or large steps to reduce harm. At the same time, you train yourself to notice stories of kindness, resilience, and beauty. These moments of joy keep despair from taking over. Many people become cynical because they see only suffering, while others become naive because they see only joy. Karuna and mudita together prevent both extremes. They allow you to see the whole picture without losing hope. Psychology offers evidence for this practice. Research shows that compassion meditation increases activity in brain regions linked with empathy and caregiving, while gratitude and appreciation practices increase resilience and life satisfaction. When combined, they form a powerful antidote to depression, burnout, and envy. Compassion alone can weigh the heart down, but joy replenishes it. Joy alone can be fleeting, but compassion gives it depth. Together, they create emotional health that is stable and expansive. In practice, cultivating compassion begins with noticing suffering directly. Instead of turning away from pain, your own or others, you meet it with the silent wish. May you be free from suffering. This wish does not need to fix the pain immediately. It acknowledges it with care. Over time, repeating this wish changes the instinctive reaction to suffering. Instead of fear or avoidance, the reflex becomes tenderness. Cultivating joy begins with training attention to appreciate small things. Each time you see someone laugh, succeed, or shine, pause and let yourself feel happiness for them. If envy arises, notice it without judgment and return to the wish. May you continue to be happy. Practicing this repeatedly softens the reflex of comparison. Slowly, the heart opens to the idea that another's happiness does not diminish your own. It increases it. The balance of the two qualities also changes how you experience your own life. When you suffer, you learn to meet yourself with compassion instead of self-criticism. This self-compassion is essential because without it, compassion for others becomes hollow. And when you succeed, you learn to enjoy your joy without guilt, knowing it can inspire and uplift others. In this way, you stop sabotaging your own happiness or minimizing it out of fear of jealousy. Your life becomes both softer and brighter. The Buddha described these two qualities as part of the four immeasurables, states of mind that, when cultivated, expand without limit. Compassion and sympathetic joy do not run out. The more you practice them, the more abundant they become. Unlike material wealth, they increase through sharing. Each act of compassion strengthens the heart. Each moment of joy in another's happiness multiplies your own capacity for delight. This balance also acts as a safeguard against distorted emotions. Compassion without joy can slide into pity, which places you above others. Joy without compassion can slide into superficial cheerfulness, which denies suffering. But when held together, the distortions dissolve. Compassion sees suffering clearly, and joy ensures you do not sink into despair. Joy celebrates goodness, and compassion ensures you do not deny pain. The balance creates authenticity. Meditation on karuna and mudita can be practiced step by step. Begin by bringing to mind someone you care for. Reflect on their struggles, softly wishing, "May you be free from suffering." Feel the warmth of that wish in your body, then shift to their happiness. Recall a time they smiled or succeeded, and wish, May your joy continue. Notice how both qualities can arise in the same heart. Expand this practice gradually to friends, strangers, even those you struggle with. With time, the heart learns to hold both compassion and joy together for all beings. Daily life also provides countless chances to strengthen this balance. When a colleague is stressed, respond with compassion, offering patience or support. When the same colleague achieves success, respond with joy, congratulating them sincerely. At home, when family members struggle, hold space with tenderness. When they laugh or thrive, celebrate without reserve. Each of these moments trains the heart until compassion and joy become natural responses rather than forced effort. Over time, this balance dissolves the sense of isolation. Suffering feels lighter because you are not carrying it alone. You share in the compassion of others. Happiness feels richer because it is multiplied by the joy you take in others' success. Life becomes more interconnected. The heart feels less like a separate container and more like part of a vast field where pain and joy move together. This practice also deepens wisdom. By holding both suffering and joy, you begin to see the full spectrum of existence without flinching. You no longer cling to happiness or fear suffering. Both are embraced, both are workable, both are part of the human experience. This wider view reduces fear because you know you can face whatever comes. Ultimately, karuna and mudita are not separate. They are two expressions of the same open heart. Compassion is love in the presence of suffering. Joy is love in the presence of happiness. Both arise when the heart is free from envy, fear, and aversion. Both expand endlessly when nurtured. And both, together, form the balance that keeps the heart resilient and alive. From equanimity, you now step into this deeper flowering of the heart. To hold compassion and joy at once is to meet life without splitting it into good and bad, desirable and undesirable. It is to say yes to the whole of human experience, responding with tenderness in pain and celebration in happiness. In this balance, the heart becomes vast, unshaken and luminous. When the heart learns to hold both suffering and happiness with equal openness, a new door appears. You begin to see that beneath compassion and joy lies an even more radical freedom. The discovery that there is no permanent self that needs protecting or defending. This is anatta in action, the direct application of selflessness to emotional life. It is not an abstract philosophy, but a lived realization that dissolves wounds at their root. Most of the pain people carry comes from the idea of a solid, unchanging self. Someone insults you, and the mind says, "They attacked me." A relationship ends, and the mind cries, "I am unlovable." A mistake happens, and the thought arises, "I am a failure." Notice the common thread. Every wound is tied to I, me, or mine. When you believe in a permanent self, every criticism cuts deep, every loss feels like annihilation. But when you see that what you call self is just a collection of shifting processes, there is nothing solid to wound. The arrow still touches the skin, but it does not sink into the heart. Anatta does not mean that you disappear into nothingness. It means you stop mistaking temporary patterns for an eternal identity. Thoughts arise and pass. Emotions surge and fade. Sensations change moment by moment. Even your memories and personality shift with time. What you call self is more like a flowing river than a fixed statue. When you see this clearly, the grip of ego loosens. There is less to defend, less to cling to, less to fear. Think of anger. At its core, anger often arises when the sense of self feels threatened. Someone challenges your opinion and the ego flares. I must prove I am right. But when you recognize there is no permanent I to defend, the fuel for anger disappears. You may still disagree, but the burning need to protect your identity is gone. Conflict becomes lighter because it is no longer a battle for the survival of self. The same is true for shame. Shame binds people for years with the belief, I am bad, I am unworthy. But selflessness reveals that shame is simply thoughts and sensations arising from conditions, family messages, cultural expectations, old experiences. Without a permanent self, shame loses its anchor. It becomes a passing weather pattern rather than a permanent stain. This recognition does not erase responsibility for actions, but it frees you from the prison of identity. Anatta also transforms grief. Much of grief's sharpness comes from the sense that my world has been shattered. My life has lost meaning. When you see through the illusion of ownership, grief becomes sorrow for change rather than a personal wound. You mourn what has passed, but you no longer collapse into the belief that the self itself is broken. This subtle shift lightens the heaviest sorrows. In relationships, applying selflessness can end many cycles of conflict. So often, arguments continue not because of the issue itself, but because each person clings to defending their perspective, their pride, their image. When even one person lets go of this defense, space opens for genuine connection. You can listen without needing to prove yourself. You can apologize without it threatening your worth. You can forgive without it making you small. This is selflessness in action, not the erasure of individuality, but the release of rigid identity. Science offers parallels to this teaching. Neuroscience shows there is no single place in the brain where the self resides. The sense of I is constructed from many regions working together: memory, body sensation, language, attention. When one area is disrupted, the sense of self shifts dramatically. This supports what Buddhism has taught for centuries. The self is not a fixed entity, but a dynamic process. Understanding this scientifically can reinforce the lived experience of selflessness. Meditation is one of the clearest ways to experience anatta. Sit quietly and watch the flow of thoughts. You may notice that they appear on their own. You do not create them. A memory flashes, an image arises, a word echoes. If you look closely, there is no thinker behind them, just thoughts appearing and dissolving. The same with sensations, tingling, pressure, warmth, all arising without a controller. Awareness notices them, but nowhere can you find a solid I. This direct observation is the foundation of selflessness. Applying this insight in daily life requires vigilance. Each time you feel hurt, ask, what exactly is being attacked? Is there really a self here to defend? Often, you will find that what hurts is an image, the idea of being competent, respected, loved. But those images are not permanent. They shift depending on context. Realizing this does not make pain vanish instantly, but it creates distance. The pain is seen as arising in conditions, not as proof of who you are. Selflessness also expands compassion. When you see that others too are driven by the illusion of self, you understand their struggles differently. A harsh word from them is not an attack by a solid person, but a moment of confusion driven by conditions. This insight softens judgment and allows patience. You see that their anger or pride is not who they truly are, but passing expressions of clinging. From this view, forgiveness comes more easily. Anatta in action does not remove responsibility. Actions still have consequences. Choices still matter. What changes is the weight of ownership. Instead of, "I am permanently flawed," you see, "Conditions gave rise to this action, and I can change conditions going forward." This perspective fuels growth without crushing guilt. It turns mistakes into lessons rather than life sentences. Daily practices can strengthen this realization. Reflection on the 5 aggregates: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness helps deconstruct the sense of self. Each aggregate is seen as changing, dependent, not self. Together, they create the illusion of I, but none alone is the owner. Practicing this reflection regularly loosens identification. Another practical tool is shifting language. Instead of saying, "I am angry," say, "Anger is present." Instead of, "I am anxious," say, "Anxiety is arising." This simple change reframes emotions as passing phenomena rather than identity. Over time, it rewires the habit of self-identification, reducing suffering. This teaching also reshapes ambition and comparison. Much stress comes from comparing my life to others, but with selflessness, comparison loses ground. You see that each life is a stream of conditions, none inherently better or worse. Ambition may remain, but it becomes less about defending identity and more about expressing potential. This shift brings peace even while striving. Selflessness also addresses fear of death. Fear arises because the ego believes it will be annihilated. But when you see that there was never a fixed self to begin with, death is understood as the natural dissolution of conditions. Life flows on, just as it always has. This recognition reduces existential fear and allows you to live more fully now. Over time, anatta in action dissolves emotional wounds at their roots. Without a rigid self to defend, insults lose power. Without ownership of shame, old wounds fade. Without clinging to identity, grief softens. Without envy of others' success, joy expands. The heart becomes lighter because it no longer carries the heavy burden of self. This freedom is not about erasing individuality. Each person still has preferences, talents, and uniqueness. What disappears is the illusion of a permanent essence that must be defended at all costs. Instead, life is lived as a flow of conditions, meeting each moment freshly. In this flow, the heart opens naturally. From compassion and joy, you now step into the liberating realization that there is no permanent self to protect. By applying selflessness, you dissolve the deepest wounds and discover a freedom untouched by praise or blame, success or failure. This is not an idea. It is a lived release, a way of walking through life without chains. When the illusion of a permanent self begins to dissolve, so too does the need to defend it at every turn. Yet even with this insight, there often remains one of the hardest voices to face, the harsh critic inside. This voice may not shout out loud, but it whispers relentlessly. It tells you that you are not enough, that you are broken, that you will fail. It repeats old judgments long after others have forgotten them. Even when the world is kind, the inner critic can be merciless. The next step on this path is to bring the principle of ahimsa, non-violence, directly to thought itself. Most people know ahimsa as refraining from harming others in action and speech. But the deepest harm often comes from the violence we inflict on ourselves through thought. Harsh words spoken internally can wound more than any insult from outside. Self-criticism creates cycles of shame, anxiety, and paralysis. To apply ahimsa of thought means to stop treating the mind like an enemy and instead meet it with gentleness. It means to extend the same care inward that you would naturally give to a child or a dear friend. The inner critic thrives on identification. When you believe its words are truth, they cut deeply. Your worthless is taken as a fact, not as a passing thought. But when you learn to see thoughts as transient events, not ultimate truths, the critic loses power. You realize, this is not truth, this is habit. The thought arose from old conditions, perhaps family expectations, cultural pressures, or past failures. It is not who you are. Non-violence begins by separating awareness from the content of thought. Yet, non-violence does not mean silencing or suppressing thoughts. To fight the critic is to create another layer of aggression. Instead, ahimsa of thought invites a shift in relationship. You meet the inner critic with compassion and patience, the same way you would meet an anxious child. When the mind says, "You always fail," you respond inwardly, "I hear this fear, but it is not the whole truth." You create space where once there was only hostility. This gentle stance gradually dissolves the critic's authority. Scientific research supports this approach. Studies on self-compassion reveal that treating oneself with kindness leads to greater resilience, lower stress, and improved mental health. Harsh self-criticism, by contrast, is linked with depression, anxiety, and even physical illness. The body reacts to self-critical thoughts as if under attack. Heart rate rises, cortisol floods, the nervous system tightens. In this sense, violent thinking literally harms both mind and body. Non-violence toward thought is not indulgence, it is medicine. Practically, ahimsa of thought can be cultivated through mindfulness of mental talk. Begin noticing the tone of your inner dialogue. Is it gentle or harsh? Encouraging or condemning? Each time you detect violence, pause. Ask yourself, would I say this to a close friend? If not, then it does not belong in your mind either. Over time, this practice reconditions the tone of inner speech. Thoughts still arise, but their flavor becomes softer. Another practice is replacing judgment with curiosity. Instead of, "I'm so stupid for making that mistake," shift to, "What can I learn from this?" Curiosity is non-violent because it seeks understanding rather than punishment. It transforms errors into teachers instead of scars. The critic thrives on final judgments, but curiosity dissolves them into growth. Non-violence of thought also extends to how you perceive others. The mind often generates silent criticism, judging strangers, co-workers, or even loved ones without speaking. Though unseen, these thoughts shape your energy and behavior. They feed resentment and distance. To practice ahimsa, notice these judgments and soften them. Replace "they are so lazy" with "they must be struggling today." Replace "she is arrogant" with "perhaps she is protecting herself." This shift does not excuse harmful behavior, but it frees your own mind from the violence of judgment. Bringing gentleness to thought also changes how you hold your past. Many people carry regrets like heavy stones, replaying old choices with constant blame. Ahimsa invites you to see those moments as part of a larger web of conditions. You acted with the understanding you had at that time. To continue punishing yourself endlessly serves no one. Non-violence means allowing the past to inform growth without chaining you to shame. Equally, ahimsa of thought reshapes ambition. The inner critic often disguises itself as motivation. You'll never succeed unless you push harder. But violence cannot produce lasting success. It may drive temporary achievement, but it leaves exhaustion and emptiness behind. Non-violent motivation is different. It says, "I want to grow, and I will support myself in the process." This approach sustains energy because it comes from care, not fear. Meditation practices can make this shift tangible. In loving-kindness meditation, you silently repeat phrases such as, "May I be safe, may I be healthy, may I live with ease." At first, the critic may resist, telling you that you don't deserve kindness. But with repetition, the resistance weakens. Over time, the mind begins to accept that kindness is allowed. This practice rewires the habitual tone of inner dialogue, replacing hostility with care. Daily life provides countless opportunities to practice. When you catch yourself thinking, "I ruined everything," pause and breathe. Acknowledge the mistake without cruelty. "I made an error, but I can correct it." When you notice judgment toward another, reframe it. "This person, like me, is shaped by conditions." Each small redirection is an act of non-violence. Over weeks and months, these small acts create a profound shift. Ahimsa of thought also creates space for creativity. The critic often blocks expression by saying, "It's not good enough, don't even try." But when the inner climate becomes non-violent, creativity flows more freely. You allow yourself to write, paint, speak, or act without the constant fear of judgment. Mistakes become part of the process rather than proof of inadequacy. Many artists and innovators describe their breakthroughs as coming when they stopped silencing themselves with criticism and allowed playfulness to guide them. Importantly, non-violence does not mean ignoring discipline. A gentle mind can still hold accountability. The difference is in the tone. Instead of "you failed again," the mind says, "This did not work. Let's try another way." The same clarity is present, but it does not carry harm. This balance between clarity and kindness sustains growth far more effectively than punishment. On the deepest level, ahimsa of thought supports the realization of selflessness. The critic clings to the idea of a fixed self. I am bad, I am unworthy. By treating thoughts non-violently, you see that they are simply passing events, not the essence of who you are. This insight reinforces the truth of anatta. You are not your thoughts, and you do not need to be defined by them. This practice also ripples outward. When you soften the inner critic, you naturally become less harsh toward others. Patience grows because you no longer demand perfection of yourself or them. Conversations become gentler. Conflicts de-escalate more easily. A mind freed from inner violence radiates peace outward, creating a more compassionate environment for all. Over time, ahimsa of thought reshapes the entire inner landscape. The hostile terrain of judgment becomes a garden of care. The constant tension of self-criticism is replaced with ease. The wounds of the past lose their sting because they are no longer replayed with cruelty. The future becomes less frightening because you no longer attack yourself for not knowing what is ahead. The present becomes more livable because your own mind is finally a safe place to rest. From the dissolution of self, you now bring gentleness to the very ground of thought. By applying non-violence to the inner critic, you uncover a mind that no longer harms itself with words sharper than knives. Instead, thought becomes a tool of kindness, a guide toward growth, and a companion rather than an enemy. This is the living practice of ahimsa in its most intimate form, the healing of the inner voice. When the inner voice is softened through non-violence, the mind finally becomes a safer place to dwell. But peace with the critic is not the end. It opens the door to something even more powerful. Thoughts and emotions still arise, sometimes fiercely, and without understanding their roots, they can still sweep you away. The next step is the practice of yoniso manasikara, radical attention. It is the discipline of tracing every emotion back to its true condition so that the spell of reactivity is broken at its source. Most people take emotions at face value. Anger appears and they lash out. Fear appears and they retreat. Desire appears and they chase. Rarely do they stop to ask, where did this come from? What set it in motion? Emotions feel like spontaneous truths, but they are not. They are the results of conditions, causes that have built up over time, both seen and unseen. Radical attention means turning the light inward and refusing to accept emotions as random or inevitable. It means following the thread all the way back until the root is revealed. This is not analysis in the ordinary sense. It is not about spinning endless stories about why you are the way you are. That is just more entanglement. Radical attention is precise, immediate, and penetrating. When irritation arises, instead of justifying it with reasons, they disrespected me, they always do this. You look directly. What sensation triggered this? Was it a tightening in the chest, a thought of being undervalued, an echo of past memory? You trace it carefully, layer by layer, until you see the first spark. And when you see the first spark, the fire loses its force. The Buddha taught that emotions are conditioned phenomena. Anger does not arise out of nowhere. It depends on triggers like unmet desire, threatened pride, or physical discomfort. Fear relies on perception of danger, whether real or imagined. Desire relies on perception of lack. By paying radical attention, you stop being fooled by the surface expression and see the machinery beneath. This knowledge is liberating. When you know the cause, you no longer see the emotion as unshakable truth, but as a process that can be interrupted or redirected. Radical attention dismantles reactivity by removing ignorance. Most reactivity is ignorance in action, the inability to see the true root. Without awareness, you get stuck in the cycle: trigger, emotion, reaction, regret. But with radical attention, you insert a pause. You see the trigger clearly. You recognize the emotion's dependence, and in that clarity, you are free to choose. Reactivity becomes response. This practice also exposes the hidden patterns that drive emotional life. Perhaps you notice that anger often arises when you feel unheard. The root is not the situation itself, but the deeper wound of invisibility formed long ago. By tracing anger to that wound, you stop blaming only the present trigger. You begin to heal the original wound instead of endlessly fighting surface battles. The same applies to fear. Fear of rejection may not be about the current relationship, but about old memories of abandonment. By tracing it back, you gain perspective. The present is not the past, and the old wound does not have to dictate today's choices. Science supports this wisdom. Research on emotional regulation shows that labeling the source of emotion reduces its intensity. Studies in cognitive therapy demonstrate that when people identify underlying beliefs such as "I am not good enough," emotional reactivity decreases. Neuroscience reveals that awareness of triggers weakens the automatic firing of the amygdala. Radical attention aligns with these findings. To see the root is to weaken the grip. Daily practice of radical attention can be cultivated in small steps. When an emotion arises, instead of rushing into action, pause and ask, "What conditions gave rise to this?" This may lead you to physical states: hunger, fatigue, mental habits, perfectionism, comparison, or external triggers, a sharp word, a delay. By identifying the condition, you disarm the illusion of randomness. You see that emotions are not mysterious storms, but lawful processes. Meditation provides a training ground for this skill. Sit quietly and observe the stream of thoughts and feelings. When restlessness appears, look closely. Is it the body's discomfort, the mind's craving for stimulation, or an echo of unfinished business? When sadness arises, trace it. Is it memory, unmet expectation, or loneliness? Each time you identify a root, the emotion shifts. You learn that attention itself is transformative. By seeing clearly, you loosen the knot. Radical attention also reveals how often emotions are recycled rather than fresh. The same triggers reappear because the same conditions remain unexamined. For example, a person may repeatedly feel jealousy in relationships. By tracing it back, they discover the root belief: "I am not worthy of love." Without addressing this root, jealousy continues to sprout. But once the root is seen, healing begins. They can work on self-worth directly instead of endlessly reacting to surface jealousy. This practice prevents projection. Projection happens when you misinterpret the present through the lens of the past. Someone's silence feels like rejection, because you project an old wound onto it. Radical attention interrupts this. It asks, is this silence truly rejection, or is it simply silence? By questioning the root, you avoid unnecessary suffering. In relationships, radical attention can end destructive cycles. Instead of reacting to your partner's sharp tone with immediate defensiveness, you pause and trace. What is being touched here? Is it pride, fear of abandonment, exhaustion? By naming the root, you prevent escalation. Instead of two egos clashing blindly, there is space for understanding. Over time, this habit builds trust because your responses are grounded in awareness, not reflex. Radical attention also extends to joy and delight. Positive emotions, too, arise from conditions. By tracing them back, you understand what nourishes well-being. Perhaps gratitude arises when you notice kindness. Perhaps peace arises when you slow down. By seeing these roots, you learn to cultivate them more deliberately. Emotional life becomes less accidental and more intentional. This practice deepens wisdom about impermanence. When you trace emotions, you see how quickly they change depending on conditions. A hungry body produces irritability. A meal dissolves it. A tired mind produces hopelessness. Rest dissolves it. This shows directly that emotions are not permanent realities, but dependent events. With this insight, you stop clinging or fearing them. Radical attention is called yoniso because it goes to the source, to the womb of experience. Superficial attention stays at the surface, reacting to the appearance. Radical attention penetrates. It refuses to be satisfied with the first story and insists on truth. This kind of attention is rare in ordinary life, where speed and distraction dominate. But it is precisely this depth that breaks reactivity. Practicing radical attention also requires honesty. The roots it uncovers are not always comfortable. You may find pride, insecurity, or craving at the heart of your reactions. The ego resists seeing this, but by meeting these roots without judgment, you transform them. Honesty joined with compassion is the key. Without compassion, honesty becomes harsh. Without honesty, compassion becomes blind. Together, they reveal and heal. Radical attention also dismantles the illusion of control. When you see that emotions depend on conditions, you understand that no emotion is purely your fault. Conditions come together from many sources: biology, upbringing, environment. This understanding reduces self-blame. At the same time, it increases responsibility because you realize that by changing conditions, you change emotions. Sleep more, practice kindness, shift perspective, and new emotions arise. You are not powerless. You are part of the web of conditions. Over time, this practice transforms your entire relationship with emotional life. Instead of being tossed about by waves, you become a navigator. You trace the currents, see where they begin, and choose your path. Emotions still arise, but they no longer dominate. You no longer ask, "Why am I like this?" With despair, you ask, "What conditions created this, and what conditions will dissolve it?" This shift alone undoes much suffering. Radical attention is not about perfection. It is about continual curiosity. Each moment of awareness uncovers something new. Each traced emotion teaches you more about the machinery of the mind. Slowly, patterns that seemed unbreakable reveal their seams. The more you look, the more freedom you find. From the gentleness of non-violence, you now step into the clarity of radical attention. By tracing emotions back to their root, you undo the cycle of reactivity and reclaim the power to respond with wisdom. This practice does not deny emotions. It reveals their nature, their birth, their impermanence. And in that revelation lies freedom, the freedom to live without being ruled by unseen forces. When you begin to trace emotions back to their roots, a truth becomes clear. Conditions shape everything. No thought, no mood, no reaction arises in isolation. And one of the most powerful conditions shaping your inner world is the company you keep. The people around you either feed clarity or cloud it, nurture compassion or inflame anger, steady your mind or scatter it. This is why the Buddha placed such weight on kalyana mittata, noble friendship. To walk this path fully is not only to cultivate presence within, but also to choose carefully the relationships that surround you. Noble friendship is not defined by convenience or shared interest alone. It is not simply having people to spend time with. It is about being with those who uplift your mind and heart, those whose presence calls forth your best qualities rather than your worst. When you are with noble friends, generosity feels natural, patience arises more easily, and wisdom becomes contagious. Their presence itself is practice. In contrast, when you are surrounded by those caught in greed, hostility, or heedlessness, your own mind is pulled in that direction. No one is immune to the influence of others. The Buddha once said that noble friendship is not half of the spiritual life, it is the whole of it. This was not exaggeration, but recognition of how deeply relationships condition the mind. Even the strongest discipline falters when constantly fed by unwholesome influence. And even the weakest resolve can grow strong when supported by companions of integrity. Noble friendship is both shield and fuel. It protects against decline and strengthens the path forward. At its core, noble friendship is built on qualities that mirror the teachings themselves. There is honesty without cruelty, support without attachment, encouragement without flattery. A noble friend points you back to your values when you drift. They remind you of impermanence when you cling. They hold space for your suffering without judgment and rejoice sincerely in your joy. Such friendship is rare, but when found, it becomes a treasure more valuable than wealth or status. This principle extends beyond individuals to the collective atmosphere you inhabit. Workplaces, families, and communities all carry emotional climates. Some cultivate constant competition and comparison, feeding insecurity. Others nurture cooperation and mindfulness, fostering peace. By choosing where to invest your energy, you are shaping the conditions of your own heart. To practice noble friendship means to align yourself with environments that strengthen clarity and kindness. But noble friendship is not only about receiving support, it is also about offering it. You become a condition in the lives of others. Your words, your presence, your choices ripple outward. Practicing kalyana mittata means asking yourself, do I feed confusion or clarity in those around me? Do I deepen their suffering through judgment or lighten it through understanding? Each interaction is an opportunity to embody noble friendship for someone else. This mutuality creates a network of support. In times of struggle, noble friends steady you. In times of growth, you steady them. Together, the path becomes less lonely and more sustainable. Isolation makes the mind vulnerable to its old habits, but friendship strengthens resilience. Even a few moments of mindful conversation can redirect the mind from despair to hope, from anger to patience. Modern psychology affirms this ancient truth. Studies show that emotions are contagious. People unconsciously synchronize moods with those around them. Stress spreads through social networks, but so does joy, calm, and kindness. Long-term research also demonstrates that supportive relationships are among the strongest predictors of well-being and longevity. The science echoes what the Buddha taught centuries ago. Who you walk with shapes how you live. To practice noble friendship requires discernment. Not every relationship nurtures growth. Some drain energy, pulling you into patterns of gossip, blame, or distraction. This does not mean abandoning everyone who struggles, but it does mean choosing carefully where you place your trust and intimacy. A noble friend is not perfect, but they are committed to growth. Their flaws are acknowledged openly, not hidden behind masks. Their presence, even in imperfection, encourages you toward integrity. This discernment also applies to how you engage with media and culture. In the modern age, friendship is not only physical. The voices you listen to, through books, music, conversations, or online spaces, become companions, shaping your mind. Choosing noble friendship means curating these influences with care. Which voices feed wisdom? Which feed division or despair? To be mindful here is to practice non-violence toward your own mind. Noble friendship also demands vulnerability. You cannot receive its full benefit if you hide behind masks. Opening to genuine connection requires trust, honesty, and willingness to be seen in your struggles. Many avoid this because they fear judgment, but in noble friendship, vulnerability is not weakness. It is the ground for true growth. When you reveal your wounds, you create the possibility for healing support. When you share your aspirations, you allow encouragement to strengthen them. Equally, noble friendship requires patience. Just as you are shaped by others, you also shape them. At times, you will be the stronger one, lifting another. At times, you will falter, and they will lift you. This give and take is natural. What makes it noble is the shared commitment to return again and again to kindness and mindfulness, even after conflict or misunderstanding. Such friendships endure not because they are free of difficulty, but because they are rooted in deeper values. In daily life, cultivating noble friendship can begin with small shifts. Reach out to someone who steadies your mind and make space for regular connection. Join communities that value mindfulness, compassion, and service. Limit time with those whose influence repeatedly leads you into restlessness or harm. Offer encouragement when others struggle and celebrate sincerely when they succeed. These simple choices, repeated over time, transform the emotional climate of your life. The practice also extends inward. Becoming a noble friend to yourself means treating your own mind with honesty and care. Instead of indulging harmful thoughts, you guide yourself gently back to clarity, just as a noble friend would. This inner friendship strengthens your ability to offer the same outwardly. Over time, the influence of noble friendship reshapes the very atmosphere of your being. Negative moods dissolve more quickly because supportive voices remind you of perspective. Doubt weakens because encouragement reinforces your path. Joy deepens because it is shared. And when hardships come, you are not alone. You are held in a web of steady presence. The Buddha emphasized that liberation is not a solitary achievement, but a collective endeavor. Even the most advanced practitioners flourished because of the guidance, support, and companionship of others. To practice Kalyana is to align yourself with this truth, that we rise together, that friendship itself can be a path of awakening. From tracing the roots of emotions, you now step into the recognition that your roots are also nourished by the company you keep. By surrounding yourself with noble friends, and by becoming one, you transform not only your moods, but the very conditions of your life. This is not sentimentality, but strategy, a conscious choice to live in a field of uplifting, mindful relationships that carry you steadily toward freedom. When the heart is strengthened through noble friendship, it becomes easier to remember that we are never walking this path alone. Support from others steadies us when we falter and amplifies joy when it appears. But there is still a truth even deeper than the company we keep. Long before any friend can lift us, long before any teacher can guide us, there is something within that has always been present. The Buddha called it Pabhasara Citta, the luminous mind. To recognize this is to discover that beneath every restless thought, every cloud of doubt or sorrow, there remains a radiance that cannot be stained. Most people never realize this because they mistake the passing clouds for the whole sky. Thoughts arise, self-criticism, regret, fear, and they assume this defines their mind. But these thoughts are temporary weather. The luminous mind is not destroyed by them. It only appears hidden. Just as the sun continues to shine even on a stormy day, the mind remains naturally radiant beneath confusion. Recognizing this truth shifts everything. You stop trying to create purity from scratch and begin uncovering what has always been there. This principle is not a poetic metaphor, but a direct experience. When you observe the mind closely, you notice that every thought arises and falls. Between thoughts, there is a gap, open, clear, spacious. That gap is not empty in a dead sense. It is alive, bright, aware. This is the luminosity the Buddha pointed to. It is not something you add to the mind. It is revealed when agitation subsides. Meditation offers countless glimpses of this, moments when the chatter pauses and a clear stillness shines through. That stillness is not dull, it is vibrant, like water reflecting the sky once the ripples fade. Understanding this reshapes your relationship with emotions. When anger arises, you can see it as a cloud. It feels thick, but it passes. The luminous mind is not touched by its fire. When sadness appears, it feels heavy, but it too dissolves. What remains is clarity, untouched by sorrow. This recognition gives hope. No matter how dark the mood, the radiance beneath it remains. You are not broken. You are simply obscured temporarily. Psychology echoes this truth. Studies in resilience show that beneath trauma and stress, people retain a capacity for recovery. Healing does not create strength from nothing. It uncovers strength that was always there. Neuroscience also suggests that the brain has default states of calm and openness, disrupted only when stress circuits fire. When those circuits calm, the clarity reappears. These findings point to what Buddhism taught centuries ago. The natural state of the mind is luminous, not flawed. This realization also addresses a deep fear many carry, the belief that they are permanently damaged. Life's hardships leave scars, and the mind tells a story. I am broken beyond repair. But Pabhasara Chitta reveals that damage touches only the surface. Beneath the scars, awareness remains whole. Thoughts of unworthiness are just passing weather. The luminous mind was never harmed. This recognition is profoundly healing because it replaces despair with trust in your own innate clarity. Practicing with the luminous mind does not mean ignoring difficulties. It means remembering their true nature. When confusion arises, you do not panic. You see it as a passing obscuration. When joy arises, you do not cling. You see it as another passing cloud. Both come and go, but the sky remains. This perspective creates equanimity without indifference. You care, but you are not enslaved. Daily practice can strengthen this recognition. During meditation, when thoughts subside even briefly, note the quality of awareness that remains: clear, open, radiant. Do not try to grasp it. Simply rest in it. Over time, these glimpses become more familiar. You begin to trust the luminosity as the backdrop of all experience. Even in daily life, when overwhelmed, you can pause and ask, what is here beneath this thought? What is the space in which this feeling arises? That space is the luminous mind. Another method is reflecting on the impermanence of thoughts. Write down a stream of self-critical ideas, then notice how quickly they change. If thoughts were the essence of mind, they would not vanish so easily. Their impermanence proves they are not the foundation. The luminous awareness that notices them, however, does not vanish. It remains constant through every shift. This reflection points you again to the radiance beneath. Recognizing the luminous mind also deepens compassion. When you see that your own awareness is naturally clear, you realize the same is true for others. Beneath their anger or ignorance lies the same radiance, temporarily clouded. This understanding softens judgment. You no longer see people as defined by their worst moments. You see their clouds without forgetting their sky. This view allows patience, even in difficult relationships. The luminous mind also offers freedom from fear of failure. Many hesitate to practice deeply because they believe they must perfect themselves before touching clarity. But Pabhasara Chitta shows that clarity is already present, no matter how imperfect you feel. Practice is not about manufacturing purity, but removing what blocks your view. This insight reduces striving. You practice not to become luminous, but to uncover the luminosity already within. Over time, this recognition reshapes identity. Instead of defining yourself by passing emotions, I am anxious, I am angry, I am hopeless, you begin to identify with the luminous awareness itself. You realize I am the space in which these arise, not the clouds themselves. This shift transforms suffering because you stop clinging to every passing state as your identity. You rest more and more in the radiance that cannot be stained. This teaching also connects to creativity and inspiration. Many describe their best moments of insight as breakthroughs that came when the mind was quiet. These insights are not random. They arise when the luminous mind is unobstructed. By cultivating stillness, you access a natural well of clarity and creativity that is always there. This applies to problem-solving, art, relationships, and spiritual insight. Pabhasara Chitta also offers strength in times of despair, when life feels overwhelming, when grief or anxiety clouds everything. Remembering the luminous mind is like recalling that the sun still shines, even when unseen. This remembrance does not instantly erase pain, but it prevents despair from convincing you that darkness is all there is. You hold to the knowledge that clarity remains, and this knowledge itself carries you through. This practice requires trust. At first, the luminous mind may feel abstract. The clouds seem so thick that you doubt the sky, but with consistent practice, observing thoughts rise and fall, resting in the gaps, you begin to trust. Each glimpse strengthens faith. Over time, the luminous mind becomes more familiar than the clouds themselves. It becomes the ground of your life. Living with this recognition brings a subtle joy. Even in difficulty, there is quiet confidence. This, too, will pass, but awareness remains. Even in success, there is humility. This, too, is temporary, but awareness remains. Joy becomes less fragile because it is rooted not in conditions, but in the radiance of mind itself. From the strength of noble friendship, you now enter the deepest refuge, the discovery that beneath every thought and mood lies a naturally radiant mind. To know this is to live with unshakable confidence. The clouds may gather, storms may come, but the sky is never harmed. Pabhasara Chitta is your birthright, the luminous awareness that has always been here, waiting to be recognized. When you recognize that beneath every storm of thought lies a luminous mind untouched by confusion, a natural sense of trust begins to grow. Yet the path does not end with this recognition. Daily life still demands choices, and those choices shape your experience. It is not enough to rest in clarity. You must bring that clarity into action. This is where sati sampajanya, mindfulness with clear comprehension, becomes essential. It is the union of awareness with understanding, the capacity to see not only what is happening now, but also why you are acting and where it will lead. Mindfulness alone can sometimes remain surface level. You may notice a thought, a feeling, a breath, but without comprehension, mindfulness risks becoming mechanical. Clear comprehension adds depth. It asks, what is the purpose of this action? Is it skillful or unskillful? Will it lead to suffering or to freedom? This kind of awareness prevents impulsive reactions because it holds the whole picture, not just the momentary detail. Consider the difference in a simple interaction. Someone criticizes you. With basic mindfulness, you notice anger rising. With sati sampajanya, you go further. You recognize anger, you understand its cause, and you also comprehend the possible outcome of reacting harshly. In that instant, you see the chain: anger, reaction, harm, and you choose differently. This does not mean suppression, it means choosing a wiser course because you see more clearly. This principle turns mindfulness from a passive state into an active guide for living. It is not only about being present, but being present with purpose. Awareness becomes a compass rather than a spotlight. Every gesture, every word, every decision can be held up to this light. Why am I doing this? Is it rooted in craving, fear, or ignorance? Or is it guided by clarity, kindness, and wisdom? Such reflection cuts impulsivity at the root. Most destructive actions happen because the mind moves without pause. Words are spoken in haste, money is spent carelessly, habits are indulged unconsciously. By training in clear comprehension, you insert a moment of reflection between impulse and action. That pause is enough to redirect the course of your life. It may seem small, but in reality, it is the difference between being a prisoner of habit and becoming a conscious participant in your own path. Daily life offers countless examples. You feel the urge to scroll endlessly on your phone. With ordinary mindfulness, you notice the urge. With clear comprehension, you ask, does this action serve my well-being? Will it bring rest, or will it scatter my mind further? This questioning is not moralistic, but practical. It saves energy, time, and focus. Over and over, this practice refines the quality of your actions. This form of mindfulness also deepens relationships. In conversation, you may feel the impulse to interrupt or defend yourself. Sati Sampajanya invites you to pause. What is my purpose in speaking now? Will my words clarify or harm? That reflection shapes communication. It turns speech from reflex into a tool for connection. Over time, trust grows because your words carry weight and care. In meditation, this principle prevents dullness. Without comprehension, mindfulness can drift into mechanical repetition, following the breath without reflection. With comprehension, you notice the quality of attention. Is it clear or hazy, engaged or passive? You adjust accordingly. This self-correction sharpens practice, leading to deeper states of calm and insight. Clear comprehension also strengthens discipline. Often people fail in discipline not because they lack will, but because they forget purpose. They start with enthusiasm, but lose sight of why they began. Sati Sampajanya keeps purpose alive. Each action is linked back to intention. Why am I training? Why am I practicing? Why am I choosing this? This constant remembering sustains effort. Science affirms the value of this. Research on metacognition, the awareness of one's own mental processes, shows that people who reflect not only on what they think, but why they think, it make better decisions and regulate emotions more effectively. Clear comprehension is metacognition woven into daily life. It turns raw awareness into wisdom. This practice also prevents self-deception. The mind is clever at justifying harmful habits. It says, I deserve this, or it doesn't matter, just this once. With clear comprehension, you see through these excuses. You ask, is this action aligned with my deeper values? Does it support freedom or entanglement? By questioning honestly, you prevent the slide into unconscious living. Over time, this principle transforms how you approach even the smallest acts. Eating becomes not just consumption, but awareness of nourishment and moderation. Walking becomes not just movement, but awareness of body and intention. Work becomes not just survival, but awareness of contribution and growth. Each act, when paired with comprehension, becomes practice. Life itself becomes the meditation hall. One of the subtle powers of Sati Sampajanya is that it reduces regret. Regret often arises when actions are taken without reflection. Words are spoken, then lamented. Choices are made, then questioned. By acting with clear comprehension, you reduce these regrets because each action is intentional. Even if mistakes occur, you know they were made with awareness, and so they become lessons rather than lifelong burdens. This principle also prepares the mind for crisis. In moments of stress, the untrained mind reacts blindly, often worsening the situation. But with practice in clear comprehension, you retain presence even under pressure. You ask, what is the wisest action here? You see the chain of consequences before it unfolds. This steadiness in crisis is not luck. It is the fruit of training attention and comprehension in ordinary moments, so that in extraordinary ones it holds firm. To cultivate this practice, begin by pairing mindfulness with a simple inquiry throughout the day. What am I doing? Why am I doing it? Ask this while walking, eating, working, or speaking. At first it may feel awkward, but with repetition it becomes natural. The purpose is not to overanalyze, but to reconnect action with intention. This habit alone cuts a vast amount of unconscious reactivity. Equally, this practice requires gentleness. Clear comprehension is not about harshly judging motives, it is about curiosity. When you find that an action is driven by craving or fear, you do not condemn yourself. You simply notice and adjust. Over time, this curiosity becomes second nature. The mind learns to align itself with clarity without force. This form of mindfulness also supports wisdom by showing directly the law of cause and effect. When you act out of anger, you see the tension it creates. When you act out of kindness, you see the ease it brings. By observing this repeatedly, you stop needing external rules to guide you. The truth of consequences becomes your teacher. In this way, Sati Sampajanya is both practical and profound. Practically, it shapes daily choices, preventing harm and fostering growth. Profoundly, it reveals that mindfulness is not passive awareness, but a living intelligence that guides action. It integrates clarity into the fabric of life, turning each moment into an opportunity for freedom. From recognizing the luminous nature of mind, you now step into the discipline of living with that clarity in every act. With mindfulness joined to comprehension, impulsive reactivity dissolves and life itself becomes a field of wisdom. This is Sati Sampajanya, the art of awareness that not only sees the present but understands its purpose, ensuring that every step is taken with clarity and care. When mindfulness joins with clear comprehension, your actions gain purpose. You begin to see not only what you are doing, but why you are doing it. And this understanding brings freedom from impulsive patterns, yet clarity alone is not enough. A sharp mind without a soft heart can easily become rigid, critical, or cold. To live with balance, awareness must be infused with warmth. The next step is metta bhavana, the cultivation of loving kindness, a deliberate training of the heart to radiate goodwill to oneself and others. Loving kindness is not sentimentality or blind optimism. It is a disciplined practice of reshaping the emotional climate from hostility to care. The human mind easily tilts toward resentment, suspicion, or insecurity. Old hurts replay, grudges harden, and comparisons breed envy. Left unchecked, these states poison the heart and cloud judgment. Metta bhavana systematically replaces them with goodwill. It is not about forcing affection, but about training intention. With repetition, the default stance of the mind shifts from hostility to kindness. The practice begins with oneself. Many struggle here, thinking self-directed kindness is selfish. But without a foundation of goodwill toward yourself, kindness toward others becomes fragile. If you treat yourself with contempt, you will unconsciously project that contempt outward. Metta toward oneself is not indulgence, it is healing. It means silently wishing, "May I be safe, may I be healthy, may I be at ease." At first, these words may feel hollow, especially if the inner critic resists. But persistence reshapes the inner dialogue. Slowly, warmth replaces hostility. Once goodwill is established inward, it naturally extends outward. You begin with someone you love easily. You call them to mind and silently wish for their well-being. May you be free from suffering. May you live with peace. As you repeat these wishes, your heart grows lighter. Then you extend to a neutral person, someone you neither love nor dislike. This stretches the boundaries of care. Finally, you extend even to those with whom you have conflict. This is the deepest transformation, replacing resentment with goodwill. It does not mean excusing harm, but it removes hatred from the heart. Psychology supports this training. Studies show that loving kindness meditation increases positive emotions, reduces anxiety, and strengthens social connection. Practicing regularly even improves physical health by lowering stress and boosting immune response. The brain's circuits of empathy and joy become more active. These findings confirm what Buddhist practitioners have known for centuries. Metta bhavana rewires the mind toward kindness. Loving kindness also neutralizes insecurity. Many people live with the belief that they are unworthy of love. This belief drives endless seeking of external validation. But when you cultivate metta toward yourself, you create a steady inner source of affirmation. You no longer depend entirely on others to confirm your value. This independence brings freedom. When criticism comes, it does not crush you because your worth is not at stake. When praise comes, it does not inflate you because you already rest in goodwill. The practice also reshapes relationships. With loving kindness, small irritations lose their sting. A friend's mistake is met with patience rather than resentment. A colleague's success is met with joy rather than envy. Conflicts still arise, but they are resolved more quickly because hostility no longer fuels them. Over time, relationships deepen because others sense the safety of your presence. They know they are not secretly judged, but held in goodwill. Metta bhavana also expands beyond personal circles. When you practice radiating goodwill universally, may all beings be safe, may all beings be at peace, the boundaries of self begin to soften. You feel connected to strangers, animals, even unseen beings. This universal care dissolves the illusion of isolation. You realize that goodwill is not limited. It expands infinitely the more you practice. practical application requires consistency. Set aside time each day, even 5 minutes, to practice. Begin with yourself, then extend outward. Use phrases that resonate personally, keeping them simple and heartfelt. The key is repetition. At first, the words may feel mechanical, but over weeks and months, they seep into the emotional fabric. Eventually, loving kindness becomes a reflex. In moments of stress, instead of reacting with hostility, you respond with care. Loving kindness can also be applied in the heat of difficulty. When resentment arises, silently repeat, "May I and this person be free from suffering." This interrupts the cycle of hostility. The words may feel forced at first, but the intention begins to shift the emotional state. With practice, you notice resentment dissolving more quickly. The power of metta bhavana lies in its cumulative effect. Each session plants seeds of kindness. Over time, these seeds grow into a garden that changes the entire climate of the mind. The harshness of self-criticism softens. The sharp edges of resentment smooth out. The walls of insecurity crumble. What remains is a heart that naturally inclines toward care. This practice also deepens spiritual insight. By observing goodwill expand, you realize that kindness is not limited to personal preference. It does not depend on who deserves it or who has earned it. True loving kindness is unconditional. This mirrors the truth of selflessness. Care flows not because of a fixed I or you, but because awareness itself radiates warmth when freed from clinging. Over time, metta bhavana transforms not just individuals, but communities. A family that practices kindness becomes a refuge. A workplace infused with goodwill becomes more creative and less toxic. Societies shaped by compassion reduce violence and division. Loving kindness is not naive, it is strategic. It addresses the root of conflict by softening hostility before it hardens into harm. The Buddha taught that loving kindness is a protection. Those who cultivate it sleep peacefully, wake with ease, and meet death without fear. This is not mystical exaggeration, but practical truth. When your heart is free of hatred, the mind rests. When your heart radiates goodwill, fear of others dissolves. And when death comes, you leave without bitterness, carrying kindness to the very end. From clear comprehension of action, you now step into the deliberate cultivation of a heart that chooses goodwill again and again. By generating loving kindness, you neutralize resentment and insecurity, creating a mind that is both clear and warm. This is not a fleeting mood, but a systematic training, a discipline of the heart that changes the very way you move through the world. When goodwill is cultivated systematically, the heart becomes softer, resentment weakens, and insecurity fades into trust. Yet even as loving kindness takes root, the mind itself continues to generate patterns, streams of thoughts that rise and fall, sometimes carrying subtle judgments, cravings, or fears. To transform deeply, it is not enough to radiate kindness outward. You must also turn inward with a different kind of attention. This is the essence of Chittanupassana, watching the mind, watching itself. It is the discipline of observing the flow of thought until its grip dissolves, leaving only clarity and freedom. Ordinary attention often identifies completely with thought. A memory arises and you are pulled into its story. A fantasy appears and you drift along with it. A worry enters and suddenly the body tightens, as though the imagined danger is already real. Most suffering comes from this automatic identification. The practice of Chittanupassana interrupts it. By watching thoughts as objects rather than merging with them, you create space. You shift from being inside the storm to watching it from above. This shift reveals an essential truth. Thoughts are not commands, they are events. They arise, they linger briefly, and they pass. Left unchecked, they appear solid and powerful. Observed directly, they reveal their fragility. A thought of anger, for example, feels overwhelming when believed. But if you hold it in awareness, you notice it is a flicker of mental images, body sensations, and words. Its supposed solidity crumbles. With repetition, this observation weakens the habit of being ruled by thought. The Buddha placed great emphasis on this practice within the Satipatthana Sutta, the foundation of mindfulness. Watching the mind watch itself means noticing when the mind is greedy, when it is free from greed, when it is angry, when it is calm, when it is distracted, when it is focused. The point is not judgment, but recognition. Naming the state exposes it. Once seen clearly, it cannot bind you as strongly. This practice brings a freedom unlike any other. Suppose jealousy arises. Without observation, it dictates your mood, your words, even your choices. With Chittanupassana, you notice jealousy is present. You see its physical echo, the tightening in the chest, the restlessness of thought. By holding it in awareness, you stop feeding it with stories. Gradually, its power fades. What once felt like a force of nature becomes manageable, dissolving in the light of observation. Psychology supports this ancient method. Research on metacognition, awareness of thinking itself, shows that it reduces emotional reactivity and improves regulation. Practices such as thought labeling, derived from Buddhist techniques, are used in modern therapy to treat anxiety and depression. By stepping back from thought, people gain perspective. They learn they are not their thoughts, but the awareness in which thoughts arise. Meditation is the most direct training ground for Chittanupassana. Sitting quietly, you watch the stream of consciousness without trying to stop it. A memory appears, you note remembering. A plan arises, you note planning. A judgment surfaces, you note judging. Each label separates awareness from content. With practice, the intensity of thoughts weakens. What once felt like an unstoppable torrent becomes more like leaves drifting on water. Daily life also offers practice. In conversation, notice when judgmental thoughts arise. Instead of believing them, silently acknowledge judging is present. In stressful moments, when worry spins stories of failure, notice worrying is present. This recognition alone often reduces the grip. The thought may remain, but you are no longer fused with it. You stand as witness rather than prisoner. This practice also reveals deeper patterns. Over time, you may notice that certain thoughts recur with remarkable consistency. Perhaps the mind often repeats, "I am not enough." Perhaps it spins images of rejection or failure. Watching these patterns repeatedly weakens their authority. You realize they are habits, not truths. This realization is liberating. The grip of old conditioning loosens simply because you stop believing the thought each time it returns. Importantly, Chittanupassana is not about suppressing thought. Suppression creates tension and backfires. The point is observation with curiosity. Thoughts are allowed to arise naturally. By meeting them with attention rather than resistance, they lose energy. They thrive on identification and struggle. They fade in observation. This practice also deepens the understanding of impermanence. Watching thought closely, you see how quickly it changes. An angry thought lasts seconds before giving way to another. A worry flickers, then shifts to distraction. This observation makes it impossible to believe that thoughts define you. They are transient events, not permanent features. The recognition that this too passes becomes direct and undeniable. Over time, the mind itself begins to trust this process. At first, observation feels effortful, but gradually, the mind learns to rest in awareness naturally. Thoughts come and go without clinging. This is the beginning of true mental freedom. You are no longer driven by every passing impulse. Instead, you act with clarity. The space between thought and action grows wider, allowing wisdom to guide choice. The benefits extend beyond the cushion. In daily stress, when the mind spins stories of catastrophe, you can step back and note, catastrophizing is present. That simple act prevents panic from fully taking hold. In conflict, when judgment and blame arise, you note, blaming is present. The recognition itself disarms hostility. This is how watching the mind, watching itself, transforms not only inner states but also outer interactions. Chittanupassana also reveals the luminous quality of awareness itself. As you observe thought after thought dissolve, what remains is the clear space in which they appear. This space is not created by effort. It is the natural backdrop of mind. Recognizing it brings profound peace. You realize that awareness itself is untouched by the thoughts it holds. Anger may flare, sorrow may surge, but awareness remains open, unscathed. This recognition dissolves the deepest level of identification. Not only do you stop believing thoughts, you stop believing you are the thinker. You see that thoughts arise on their own, shaped by conditions, without a permanent agent behind them. Watching the mind watch itself reveals the absence of a fixed self. There is awareness, there are thoughts, but no solid I controlling them. This insight is liberating, as it uproots the illusion at the heart of suffering. Practical exercises can make this tangible. Throughout the day, set reminders to pause and ask, what is the state of my mind right now? Perhaps it is restless, calm, irritated, joyful. Naming the state strengthens awareness. With time, you begin to recognize shifts earlier and earlier, catching patterns before they solidify into moods. This proactive awareness prevents long spirals of suffering. This practice also cultivates humility. When you observe your own mind honestly, you see its pettiness, its cravings, its fears. Instead of denying them, you accept them as part of human experience. This acceptance reduces pride and judgment of others. You realize, just as my mind is filled with passing patterns, so is theirs. Compassion grows from this shared recognition. Over time, the habit of watching the mind, watching itself, becomes second nature. You no longer need long sessions of reflection. Awareness tracks itself even in the midst of activity. Walking, working, speaking, you remain subtly aware of mental patterns. This is not distraction, but integration. Life itself becomes meditation. From cultivating loving kindness, you now step into the discipline of direct observation. By watching the mind watch itself, you dissolve the grip of thought patterns and uncover the freedom that was always present. This is Chittanupassana, not the absence of thought, but the freedom from being ruled by it, the discovery that awareness itself is vast enough to hold everything without being bound. When the mind learns to observe itself with precision, thought patterns lose their grip and awareness stands freer. Yet even as the inner world is clarified, the outer world still tests our attachments. One of the most persistent chains binding the heart is clinging, the instinct to hold tightly to possessions, to security, to identity. To loosen this grip, insight alone is not enough. Action is required. This is where dana, the practice of generosity, becomes not just an act of kindness, but a doorway to liberation. Generosity is often reduced to charity, a matter of giving money or resources to those in need. But in the Buddhist path, dana is far more radical. It is the conscious act of releasing grasping, the decision to let go when instinct says to hold on. Each act of giving, whether material or intangible, strikes at the root of fear and scarcity. It transforms not only the receiver, but the giver, because it weakens the illusion that happiness comes from accumulation. Fear often hides beneath attachment. You hold on to possessions out of fear of lack. You cling to relationships out of fear of abandonment. You cling to status out of fear of being unseen. But fear grows stronger the more you feed it. Dana reverses this cycle. By giving away what you fear to lose, you prove to yourself that freedom lies not in possession, but in release. The heart expands as it learns that security is not built from hoarding, but from trust in the flow of life. This is why generosity is considered the foundation of all spiritual practice. Without it, meditation and wisdom are easily corrupted by self-interest. With it, every step of the path is softened by humility and openness. The Buddha placed generosity first because it reshapes the very orientation of the heart. From grasping to letting go, from fear to trust, from isolation to connection. Generosity does not need wealth. A kind word, a moment of patience, a listening ear, these are forms of dana as powerful as material gifts. In fact, the most profound generosity is often not in objects, but in presence. Offering your time to someone who suffers, offering forgiveness when resentment tempts you, offering encouragement when despair weighs on another. These acts dissolve self-centeredness and cultivate freedom. Psychology confirms this truth. Research shows that giving activates reward centers in the brain, releasing oxytocin and dopamine. Acts of generosity reduce stress, increase life satisfaction, and even improve physical health. Studies on helpers high demonstrate that giving creates lasting well-being for the giver. These findings echo what the Dharma has taught for centuries. Giving benefits the giver as much as the receiver because it rewires the mind toward openness. Generosity also reshapes identity. When you give, you declare to yourself, "I am not defined by what I own." This weakens the grip of consumer culture, which ties worth to possessions. You discover value in your capacity to share, not in your capacity to accumulate. This realization is deeply liberating because it removes the endless anxiety of needing more. Enough becomes truly enough. One of the most subtle but powerful forms of dana is the giving of fearlessness. When you create safety for others by offering kindness instead of judgment, by respecting boundaries, by practicing non-harm, you give them the freedom to breathe without fear. This generosity cannot be measured in money, but its effect is transformative. It builds trust and softens the fear that drives so much suffering. Generosity also dismantles envy. When you rejoice in giving, you stop measuring yourself against what others have. The act itself becomes its own reward. Instead of comparing and competing, you participate in a cycle of abundance. This is why communities that practice generosity often thrive even in material simplicity. Scarcity is replaced by the experience of shared sufficiency. The practice of dana can begin with small, deliberate steps. Offer something you normally cling to, a small amount of money, your time, your attention. Notice the resistance that arises. That resistance is the very chain you are loosening. Each time you give, despite the resistance, the chain weakens. Over time, giving becomes easier, even joyful. What once felt like loss begins to feel like expansion. Generosity also trains the mind for letting go at death. At the end of life, everything must be released. Body, possessions, relationships, even breath. Practicing dana throughout life prepares the heart for this final letting go. Each act of generosity becomes a rehearsal for death, teaching that release is not destruction, but freedom. This practice also has profound effects on community. When generosity becomes a shared value, trust grows. People know they are supported, and so fear of isolation diminishes. In such an environment, conflict decreases and cooperation flourishes. Dana creates not only personal liberation, but collective harmony. It is important to note that generosity is not about depletion. True dana arises from balance, not from sacrificing yourself into exhaustion. Giving should not create harm to the giver, otherwise it is unsustainable. Real generosity is rooted in wisdom, recognizing what can be given freely without resentment. This balance ensures that giving becomes a source of nourishment rather than burnout. Over time, the habit of generosity transforms the entire emotional climate. Fear weakens because you no longer cling desperately to security. Scarcity fades because you experience abundance in sharing. Attachment loosens because you learn that joy comes from release, not from hoarding. Each act of giving plants a seed of liberation that grows into lasting freedom. The Buddha often taught that generosity is like the dawn. It is the first light that makes the rest of the journey possible. Without it, the path remains dark. With it, everything becomes illuminated. Generosity prepares the mind for deeper practices of meditation and wisdom because it trains the heart to let go. Letting go is the essence of liberation, and dana is its daily rehearsal. From watching the mind dissolve its own patterns, you now take the step of training the heart to release outwardly. By practicing generosity, you discover that freedom is not found in holding tight, but in letting go. Dana becomes liberation in action, transforming fear into trust, scarcity into abundance, and attachment into freedom. When generosity becomes a way of living, the heart learns the art of release. Fear softens, scarcity fades, and attachment loosens its grip. Yet even with this freedom, emotions continue to arise. Anger flares, fear unsettles, craving pulls. To meet them wisely, we must go deeper than simply noticing or resisting. We must understand how they are built. This is where pratyekya samutpada, dependent origination, reveals its power. It shows that no emotion stands alone. Each exists only because of a web of conditions. By tracing that web, the illusion of solidity unravels, and with it, the chains of reactivity. Dependent origination is one of the most profound insights of the Buddha's teaching. It dismantles the belief that emotions are random forces or permanent traits. Instead, it shows that they arise because causes and conditions converge. Anger is not born in a vacuum. It emerges when expectation collides with frustration, when ego feels threatened, when memories of past injustice resurface. Fear does not exist independently. It depends on perception of danger, on stories projected into the future, on the body's survival reflex. Craving does not stand alone. It relies on the sense of lack, on habit, on the belief that fulfillment lies outside. When you see emotions in this way, you realize they are not fixed realities, but woven patterns that can be untangled. The power of this insight is that it undermines the instinct to take emotions personally. Without understanding, anger feels like my anger, shame feels like my flaw, craving feels like my weakness. With dependent origination, the frame shifts. Anger arises because of conditions, shame arises because of conditions, craving arises because of conditions. You are not the origin of these forces, you are the ground in which they temporarily appear. This shift alone softens suffering. Let us look at anger more closely. You may feel wronged and believe the emotion is inevitable, but if you trace the chain, you might see that anger began with an expectation. They should treat me differently. That expectation created vulnerability. When the expectation was unmet, irritation arose. The irritation triggered bodily sensations, tight chest, heat in the face, which were interpreted as fuel for anger. Thoughts piled on, recalling past grievances, adding intensity. The web grew until it seemed like a single force called anger. But when each link is seen separately, the illusion of inevitability collapses. Remove expectation, and the chain weakens. Question the story, and the fire cools. Attune to the body, and the surge passes. Anger dissolves not by suppression, but by unraveling its conditions. Fear functions similarly. At its root lies perception of threat. Sometimes the threat is real, but often it is imagined or magnified by memory. The body reacts, heart races, breath shortens, and the mind interprets this as confirmation that danger is near. Thoughts of failure, rejection, or loss intensify the cycle. Soon fear feels overwhelming, but dependent origination shows that fear is not one monolithic block. It is the convergence of perception, bodily reaction, and mental stories. By examining each piece, fear is dismantled. You calm the body, question the story, clarify perception. Without its web, fear cannot survive. Craving is perhaps the clearest example of dependent origination. Desire arises when the mind perceives lack. I do not have enough. I am not enough. This sense of lack triggers longing for something external, a possession, a person, an achievement. The body responds with excitement. The mind spins fantasies of fulfillment. The craving grows stronger the more it is fed, yet its root is not the object itself, but the sense of lack. When you see this clearly, you realize that no external object can resolve the inner condition. By addressing the root belief, craving weakens. Science reflects this truth. Neuroscience shows that emotions are constructed experiences, not automatic givens. They emerge when the brain interprets bodily sensations in context. This aligns with dependent origination. Emotions are not fixed. They are constructed from conditions. Psychology also demonstrates that when people break down emotions into triggers, beliefs, and bodily responses, their intensity decreases. This is exactly the process of unraveling the web. In practice, dependent origination can be applied moment by moment. When an emotion arises, instead of reacting, ask, what conditions gave rise to this? Trace it back. Was it lack of sleep, an old memory, a threatening word, an unmet need? Each condition identified weakens the sense that the emotion is an absolute truth. Over time, this tracing becomes instinctive. You no longer drown in emotions. You analyze their roots and dissolve their power. Meditation deepens this skill. Sitting in silence, you watch emotions unfold. A restlessness arises. Instead of labeling it vaguely as stress, you examine, is it hunger, discomfort, boredom, or anxiety about the future? Each recognition reveals the chain. The mind learns to dissect experience into causes. Gradually, emotions lose their authority. They are seen as patterns, not prisons. This practice also reshapes how you relate to others. When someone acts with anger, you no longer see it as their essence. You see it as conditions, stress, fear, unmet needs. This perspective invites compassion rather than retaliation. It does not excuse harm, but it explains behavior in a way that softens judgment. The same with fear or craving in others. You see conditions, not fixed flaws. This recognition transforms relationships because it dissolves blame and nurtures understanding. Dependent origination also expands insight into impermanence. If emotions arise from conditions, then when conditions change, emotions must change. This truth undermines despair. Even the heaviest sorrow is not permanent. It depends on conditions that will eventually shift. Recognizing this provides patience. You endure not because suffering is good, but because you know it cannot last. This principle also prevents arrogance. When joy or success arises, Dependent origination reminds you it, too, comes from conditions, kindness from others, effort, opportunity. You cannot claim it as permanent possession. Gratitude replaces pride because you see the web that supports your joy. This balance keeps you steady in both happiness and sorrow. Daily practice can take the form of reflection. At the end of each day, review moments of strong emotion. Trace them back. What conditions gave rise? What beliefs fueled them? What bodily states contributed? This reflection trains you to see patterns more quickly in the moment. Over time, you stop asking, "Why am I like this?" and start asking, "What conditions shaped this?" The former leads to shame, the latter to freedom. The Buddha described dependent origination in 12 links, from ignorance to craving to suffering. While complex in detail, its essence is simple. Nothing arises independently. When ignorance is removed, craving weakens. When craving weakens, clinging dissolves. When clinging dissolves, suffering ends. This chain applies not only to grand cycles of existence, but to every emotional moment in daily life. By breaking one link, the whole cycle shifts. Living with this awareness brings profound transformation. Instead of seeing emotions as enemies, you see them as teachers. Each reveals its web of conditions, and each unraveling strengthens wisdom. Anger becomes a lesson in unmet expectation. Fear becomes a lesson in distorted perception. Craving becomes a lesson in mistaken belief. Life itself becomes practice, every emotion a doorway to insight. From generosity's release, you now step into the wisdom of dependent origination. By seeing that anger, fear, and craving exist only in a web of conditions, you unravel their power. You discover that emotions are not unbreakable forces, but fragile constructions. And in seeing this, you find freedom, not by denying emotion, but by understanding it so deeply that its grip dissolves at the root. When you begin to see emotions as webs of conditions rather than fixed realities, a new kind of wisdom emerges. You are no longer helpless before anger, fear, or craving, because you understand the roots that sustain them. Yet insight alone is not sufficient. To live this truth requires energy, the steady application of effort that keeps practice alive in every moment. Without energy, wisdom fades into passivity. The Buddha called this virya, courageous energy, the joyful effort that transforms lethargy into vitality and sustains the path to freedom. Energy, in this sense, is not frantic busyness. It is not the restless drive that burns out through constant doing. Virya is a balanced, steady force, an inner fire fueled by purpose, not by compulsion. It is courage because it refuses to collapse before difficulty. It is joy because it arises not from strain, but from the delight of walking a path that matters. This kind of energy is what turns understanding into transformation. The danger of lethargy is subtle. It does not always appear as exhaustion. Often it appears as endless postponement. You know what nourishes you, yet you delay. You know what harms you, yet you indulge. This inertia is one of the most persistent obstacles in practice. It whispers, "I'll meditate later, I'll forgive tomorrow, I'll take action when I feel ready." Without virya, wisdom remains an idea locked in the mind, never embodied. Courageous energy arises when you see clearly that postponement is itself suffering. The longer you wait, the deeper the grooves of habit become. Effort, on the other hand, creates momentum. Each small action plants seeds that grow into strength. Meditation, reflection, acts of kindness, all require energy to begin. But once begun, they generate their own vitality. Effort produces joy, which fuels more effort. This upward spiral is the essence of virya. In daily life, virya expresses itself through perseverance. When restlessness distracts you in meditation, energy is the choice to return to the breath again and again. When discouragement says, "I can't," energy is the gentle persistence of trying anyway. When fear tempts you to retreat, energy is the courage to step forward. This is why the Buddha placed virya among the essential factors of awakening. Without it, the mind stagnates. With it, even small steps accumulate into transformation. Modern science mirrors this teaching. Studies on motivation show that action often precedes inspiration. Waiting to feel ready rarely works. Instead, beginning a task generates energy, which builds momentum. This confirms what the Dharma teaches. Effort itself creates vitality. Courage is not waiting until fear is gone. It is acting with fear present. Joy is not waiting for perfect conditions. It is choosing to engage now. Virya also guards against complacency. Success in practice can lead to comfort. A few moments of peace, and the mind says, "Enough." But without sustained effort, peace fades. Energy ensures continuity. It prevents decline by renewing practice daily, no matter how small the step. Just as a fire must be tended to keep burning, the mind must be fueled with steady effort to remain bright. Yet virya is not harsh discipline. Forcing yourself with anger or self-criticism is not courageous energy. It is violence against the mind. True energy is joyful. It comes from aligning with what matters most, from remembering why you practice. When your purpose is clear, effort flows naturally. Meditation becomes less a burden and more a gift. Kindness becomes less a duty and more a joy. This joy sustains energy without strain. Courageous energy also transforms how you meet challenges. Obstacles no longer signal defeat. They become opportunities to strengthen resolve. When laziness arises, you respond with patience and movement. When doubt appears, you answer with clarity of intention. When difficulty comes, you remind yourself. This is the very ground on which energy is built. Every challenge is a chance to cultivate resilience. Daily practices can cultivate virya systematically. Begin with setting intentions each morning. Today, I will bring energy to what matters. Break tasks into small, manageable steps so that beginning is easier. Celebrate progress, no matter how modest, to reinforce joy in effort. Surround yourself with reminders of purpose, texts, mentors, or communities that inspire persistence. Each of these practices trains the mind to incline toward energy rather than lethargy. Meditation can also directly cultivate energy. When the mind drifts into dullness, straighten the posture, deepen the breath, recall your intention. Visualize light or fire to awaken vitality. Alternate between calm focus and active reflection to keep energy balanced. These adjustments train awareness to recognize when energy fades and how to restore it skillfully. Over time, virya shifts identity. Instead of seeing yourself as someone easily defeated by habit, you begin to see yourself as resilient, capable, engaged. This new identity is not arrogance, but confidence grounded in experience. You know you can return to the path again and again, no matter how many times you falter. This confidence itself fuels more energy, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Courageous energy also radiates outward. Others feel inspired when they see persistence combined with joy. Your steady effort encourages them to cultivate their own. In this way, virya is contagious. Just as lethargy spreads through apathy, energy spreads through enthusiasm. Communities thrive when members embody this principle, uplifting one another with their vitality. Perhaps the deepest power of virya is that it reveals effort itself as liberation. The act of engaging fully with life, without postponement, without collapse, is freedom. Lethargy chains you to inertia, but energy unbinds. Each moment of joyful effort is already awakening because it breaks the habit of passivity and affirms life as practice. From unraveling the web of conditions behind emotions, you now step into the courage required to meet them with vitality. Virya teaches that liberation is not found in waiting for perfect readiness, but in bringing energy to each step of the path. With joyful effort, lethargy transforms into strength, fear into courage, practice into freedom. This is the fire that keeps the journey alive. When courageous energy is awakened, the path no longer feels heavy. Effort becomes joyful, persistence becomes natural, and vitality replaces inertia. Yet even with energy alive in the heart, another subtle chain remains, the tendency to compare. In moments when others succeed, the mind often contracts. Instead of celebrating their happiness, jealousy creeps in. Instead of expansion, there is envy. To free the heart fully, energy must be balanced with mudita, the practice of rejoicing in the joy of others. It is the art of turning another's good fortune into your own source of delight. Rejoicing in others' joy may sound simple, but it cuts at the root of one of humanity's deepest poisons: envy. Envy thrives on the illusion of separation, the belief that another's success diminishes your own. It whispers, "Why them, not me?" and leaves bitterness in its wake. Mudita dissolves this poison by transforming the very lens through which you see happiness. It trains the heart to view another's joy not as a threat, but as a gift, an expansion of joy in the world that you are invited to share. The Buddha included mudita among the four immeasurables, states of mind that expand without limit. Unlike pleasure rooted in personal gain, rejoicing in others' happiness has no ceiling. The more you practice it, the more abundant joy becomes, because every smile, every success, every moment of flourishing becomes your own. Instead of waiting for rare moments of personal victory, you have endless opportunities to celebrate. The world becomes rich in reasons to rejoice. This practice begins with shifting perception. When someone thrives, the instinct may be to compare. Am I doing as well? Do I measure up? Mudita interrupts this habit. It invites you to pause and reflect. Their happiness is real. Their success is genuine. May it continue. This deliberate choice reframes envy into appreciation. At first, it may feel forced, but repetition conditions the heart to incline naturally toward joy rather than resentment. Psychology supports this transformation. Research on gratitude and positive empathy shows that people who celebrate others' good fortune experience greater life satisfaction and reduced depression. Envy, by contrast, is linked to stress, hostility, and poor health. Celebrating others does not deplete you, it nourishes you. The brain's reward circuits activate not only when you succeed, but also when you genuinely delight in someone else's success. Mudita harnesses this truth and expands it into a lifelong practice. Rejoicing also deepens relationships. When friends or family feel your genuine delight in their happiness, trust and intimacy grow. They sense no hidden competition, no subtle bitterness, only wholehearted support. This creates bonds of safety and openness. Over time, relationships shaped by mudita become resilient because they are not weakened by rivalry. Instead, they thrive on mutual upliftment. The practice is particularly transformative in difficult relationships. When you feel resentment towards someone, deliberately wishing for their happiness may feel impossible. But mudita does not require instant warmth. It requires persistence. Begin with small steps. Acknowledge their joy without denying it, even if you cannot yet feel delight. Over time, as envy softens, genuine appreciation can grow. This shift not only frees you from bitterness, but also dissolves the inner tension that envy creates. Mudita also trains humility. Celebrating others' joy reminds you that happiness is not a limited resource. Another's success does not reduce your worth. In fact, their joy can become your joy, multiplying abundance. This recognition dismantles the scarcity mindset that fuels competition. You begin to see life less as a race and more as a shared journey where everyone's progress enriches the whole. Meditation on mudita can be practiced step by step. Begin by recalling someone you love who has experienced happiness. Bring to mind their smile, their ease, their success, and silently wish, "May your joy continue. May your happiness deepen." Feel the warmth of this wish in your body. Then extend the practice to neutral people and eventually to those you find difficult. The goal is not to force emotion, but to train intention. With repetition, the heart learns to expand beyond preference until joy for others becomes as natural as joy for oneself. Daily life provides endless opportunities to practice. When a colleague receives recognition, instead of shrinking, celebrate them silently. When a friend shares good news, respond with wholehearted delight, not with hidden comparison. When strangers laugh together, let their joy remind you that the world holds beauty. Each of these moments becomes a chance to strengthen mudita, transforming ordinary encounters into spiritual training. This practice also enriches your own well-being. Envy creates suffering because it focuses on what you lack. Rejoicing creates freedom because it expands what you can share. Instead of scarcity, you live in abundance. Instead of bitterness, you live in celebration. The same world looks different because your heart has shifted. Mudita also supports resilience. In times when your own life feels heavy, rejoicing in others' joy gives you access to lightness. Their happiness becomes a source of energy when your own feels distant. This does not deny your struggles, it balances them with reminders of possibility. Life's difficulties feel less isolating when you can delight in the flourishing of others. Over time, mudita transforms identity. You stop defining yourself in opposition to others. Instead of being less than or more than, you are simply part of a shared field of humanity where every joy belongs to all. This shift dissolves competition and comparison, creating peace not only within, but also in community. The Buddha taught that a heart filled with mudita is free from resentment, envy, and hostility. It rests in a joy that cannot be shaken by others' success because it is aligned with the happiness of all beings. Practicing this regularly, you discover that the world is far more joyful than you once believed, because every smile, every success, every blossoming belongs to you too. From the vitality of courageous energy, you now step into the freedom of rejoicing. By celebrating the joy of others, you dissolve envy and expand abundance. Mudita is not just an attitude, but a liberation, a way of living where every happiness becomes a reason for your own heart to shine. When the heart learns to rejoice in the happiness of others, envy weakens and joy multiplies. Life begins to feel abundant, not because you own more, but because you share in countless moments of delight. Yet even as joy expands, there remains a truth that cannot be avoided. Everything that arises will eventually pass. Happiness, sorrow, relationships, even the body itself, none are permanent. To forget this truth is to lose perspective. To remember it is to instantly reset priorities. This is the practice of Marana Sati, death contemplation, the reflection that brings clarity by reminding us of life's impermanence. Death is often treated as something distant, something to ignore until it arrives. But ignoring death does not protect us from it. It only keeps us unprepared. The Buddha taught that keeping death in mind is not morbid, but liberating. It strips away illusions of endless time, reminding us of what truly matters. When you remember that life is fragile, grudges lose their weight, procrastination loses its appeal, and every moment gains depth. The power of Marana Sati lies in its ability to cut through distraction. Much of human life is spent chasing trivial concerns, status, possessions, minor grievances. But in the face of death, these concerns shrink. What once seemed urgent reveals itself as insignificant. Death contemplation is like a clear mirror, showing you which pursuits nourish your soul and which merely drain your time. Reflecting on impermanence also dissolves fear. Paradoxically, the more you avoid thinking of death, the more it lingers as a shadow. When you face it directly, its power diminishes. You see that death is not an enemy, but a natural unfolding, part of the same process that brings birth and change. Accepting this truth brings peace because you stop fighting the inevitable and instead align yourself with reality. This practice also transforms relationships. When you remember that those you love are not guaranteed to be here tomorrow, you treat them with greater tenderness. Anger softens because you realize Time is too short to waste on resentment. Gratitude deepens because you see each interaction as precious. The practice of Maranasati turns ordinary moments, sharing a meal, hearing a laugh, into sacred treasures. Psychology and neuroscience confirm the transformative power of contemplating mortality. Studies on mortality awareness show that when people reflect on death mindfully, they become more compassionate, more forgiving, and more focused on meaningful goals. They reduce procrastination, increase generosity, and align actions with values. In other words, remembering death makes life richer, not poorer. Maranasati can be practiced formally or informally. In meditation, you may reflect, "Death will come to me. Death is certain, but the time of death is uncertain." Repeat this until the truth settles in, not as an idea, but as a felt reality. In daily life, reminders of impermanence can serve as practice, a withering leaf, a passing season, a wrinkle in the mirror. Each reminder becomes an invitation to live with urgency and clarity. This contemplation also reshapes ambition. Often, people chase success as if it will secure immortality. But when you remember death, you see that no achievement endures forever. This realization does not kill ambition, it purifies it. Instead of striving for fame or wealth, you strive for contributions that matter, to ease suffering, to spread kindness, to grow wisdom. Legacy is not about being remembered forever, but about making this fleeting moment meaningful. Maranasati also addresses fear of failure. In the light of mortality, failure loses its sting. If life itself is temporary, then mistakes are even more so. You stop being paralyzed by fear of imperfection and begin living more courageously. Death contemplation makes boldness natural because hesitation feels absurd when time is short. In community, this practice fosters harmony. Conflicts lose intensity when everyone remembers that life is brief. Forgiveness becomes easier because holding grudges in the face of mortality feels foolish. Generosity increases because you know you cannot take possessions with you. Communities that keep death in mind live with greater compassion and unity. Maranasati is also a powerful tool in meditation. When the mind drifts into laziness, recalling death restores focus. The thought, "I may not have tomorrow," awakens urgency. This urgency is not panic, but clarity. It brings the determination to use each breath wisely. This is why the Buddha called death contemplation one of the great supports of practice. It keeps the mind alert, cutting through complacency. The practice does not require dramatic rituals. It requires honesty. Each morning you might remind yourself, "This day could be my last." Each evening, "This day is gone and will never return." These reflections are not meant to sadden, but to awaken. They remind you to live fully, to waste less, to love more. Ultimately, Maranasati leads to fearlessness. Death no longer looms as a terrifying unknown, but as a familiar truth. You meet it not with denial, but with readiness, and because you are ready for death, you are more ready for life. Every action, every word, every choice is made with awareness that time is limited, which makes each one count. From rejoicing in others' joy, you now turn to the deepest perspective of all, the recognition that joy, sorrow, and life itself are temporary. By practicing death contemplation, you reset your priorities, dissolve trivial concerns, and awaken to what truly matters. This is Maranasati, the remembrance that impermanence is not an enemy, but a teacher, guiding you to live with urgency, gratitude, and fearless presence. When the truth of impermanence is faced through death contemplation, priorities shift. The mind no longer clings to what does not matter, and the heart awakens to what is truly valuable. But knowing that life is short is not enough. It must translate into how you live each day, each moment. Without vigilance, old habits return, and precious time is wasted on actions that lead to regret. This is why the Buddha praised appamada, heedfulness, as the guardian of all virtues. It is the careful awareness that prevents emotional self-sabotage and keeps you aligned with what truly matters. Heedlessness is easy. It is the mind drifting into distraction, speaking without reflection, acting without foresight. It is the subtle laziness that assumes tomorrow will come, that choices have no consequence, that awareness can be postponed. But heedlessness accumulates into suffering. Words spoken in haste wound relationships. Opportunities ignored dissolve into loss. Habits indulged deepen into chains. Appamada is the antidote, the consistent practice of remembering that every action matters, that each choice plants seeds with results you cannot escape. The Buddha described heedfulness as the path to the deathless and heedlessness as the path to death. This is not only about physical death, but about the death of clarity, the death of integrity, the death of opportunity. Heedlessness erodes vitality. Heedfulness protects it. To live heedfully is to walk with awareness in every step, knowing that what you do now shapes who you become tomorrow. Appamada does not mean fearfulness or rigid control. It is not about obsessing over every detail. It is a relaxed but steady vigilance, a continuous remembering of what supports freedom and what leads to bondage. It is the willingness to pause before speaking, to reflect before acting, to remain present even in small tasks. This kind of careful attention prevents regret because it prevents unconscious harm. Think of anger. When heedless, anger explodes into words and actions that leave scars. When heedful, you recognize the heat rising and pause. That pause prevents harm. Think of craving. When heedless, you indulge impulsively and later feel empty. When heedful, you question, will this bring peace or more thirst? That question redirects the choice. Over time, these small moments of heedfulness accumulate into a life with fewer regrets. Science supports this. Research on self-regulation shows that people who practice mindful awareness make better decisions, experience fewer destructive impulses, and report greater life satisfaction. The capacity to pause before reacting, exactly what appamada cultivates, is one of the strongest predictors of well-being. Neuroscience reveals that this pause strengthens the prefrontal cortex, allowing reason to guide action instead of being hijacked by emotional reflexes. Heedfulness also protects against self-sabotage. Many people undermine their own well-being, not because they lack knowledge, but because they act without remembering. They know what brings health, but they choose differently when distracted. They know what nurtures relationships, but they speak harshly when careless appamada bridges the gap between knowing and doing. It keeps wisdom alive in action. Daily practice of heedfulness can begin with simple pauses. Before speaking, Ask, is this true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Before acting, reflect, will this lead to regret or to peace? These questions do not slow life unnecessarily. They refine it. They prevent the kind of mistakes that echo painfully in memory. Appamada also involves remembering impermanence throughout the day. When you recall that time is limited, you treat each moment as valuable. Procrastination weakens because you see that postponement wastes what cannot be regained. Gratitude strengthens because you recognize that opportunities are fleeting. This remembrance fuels care in everything you do. Heedfulness is also about consistency. It is easy to practice awareness during formal meditation, but forget it in daily routines. Appamada invites you to extend vigilance everywhere, in conversation, in eating, in working, even in resting. Every activity becomes an opportunity to live with care. Over time, this continuity builds strength, so that heedfulness becomes a natural habit rather than forced effort. The Buddha emphasized that heedfulness guards against decline. Even advanced practitioners can lose clarity if they become careless. Pride, complacency, or distraction can undo years of effort. Appamada keeps the flame of practice alive. It is like a watchman at the gate, ensuring that harmful states do not enter unnoticed. Without it, wisdom fades. With it, wisdom endures. This principle also transforms relationships. Heedlessness in relationships leads to neglect, thoughtless words, and broken trust. Heedfulness fosters presence, listening, and careful speech. When you bring care to how you treat others, bonds deepen. You no longer take people for granted because heedfulness reminds you they too are impermanent. This awareness naturally cultivates respect and love. Heedfulness is not about perfection, but about sincerity. Mistakes will still occur, but appamada means you notice quickly, learn swiftly, and correct gently. You do not wallow in guilt or repeat harmful patterns blindly. Each moment of awareness resets your course. This willingness to return again and again is what prevents long-term regret. To cultivate heedfulness more deeply, establish daily recollections. In the morning, remind yourself, today could be my last. Let me live with care. Throughout the day, pause often to check. Am I awake to this moment or drifting in heedlessness? At night, reflect on actions. Did I live today with awareness or forgetfulness? These simple recollections sharpen mindfulness and anchor your life in careful awareness. Over time, appamada reshapes your identity. You begin to see yourself as someone who lives with care, someone who values each breath, someone who chooses wisely. This identity strengthens your resolve. Instead of being defined by regret or impulse, you are defined by vigilance and sincerity. Ultimately, heedfulness is the foundation for liberation. Without it, meditation is scattered, wisdom is forgotten, and compassion is inconsistent. With it, every quality of the path flourishes. Appamada does not add something new to life. It protects what is already precious. It keeps clarity alive, it prevents harm, and it ensures that when death arrives, you meet it without regret. From remembering impermanence through death contemplation, you now step into its practical companion, heedfulness. By living with careful awareness, you prevent self-sabotage, dissolve regret, and keep each moment aligned with what truly matters. This is Appamada, the guardian that ensures the path remains steady, luminous, and free. Every step on this journey has revealed something essential. Your emotions are not chains, they are doorways. From the power of the present moment to the discovery of the luminous mind, from equanimity to loving kindness, from heedfulness to compassion. Each principle has shown that transformation is not far away. It is immediate, available in every breath, in every choice. You now know that anger, fear, and craving have no solid core, that friendship and generosity shape your inner climate, that death contemplation sharpens your priorities, and that rejoicing in others' happiness frees you from envy. Together, these 12 principles form a complete path, a map that leads you out of reactivity and into freedom. But the real change begins when you practice. Knowledge stays as words. Practice turns it into life. So ask yourself, which principle will you bring into your next moment? Which one will you lean on when emotions rise? I'd love to hear from you. Share in the comments which principle spoke to your heart the most and how you plan to use it starting today. Your reflection might be exactly what inspires someone else. And if you found value here, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Together, we'll keep exploring wisdom that strengthens the mind, opens the heart, and transforms life, one practice at a time.